Chapter 534 The Blessed Ones. Wang Wei heard the whispers about Yi Tuizi and the fact he was a Dao child. He wanted to know more information, so he secretly contacted ancestor Wucheng through divine sense. "You want to know about these blessed people?" said Wang Wucheng, his voice even containing slight envy. "As you can guess, whether it is emperor, Dao, or immortal child, their talents are out of this world. However, they are considered blessed people because of their unique abilities. Emperor and Dao childs are born immortal. The moment they are conceived, they do not have to worry about lifespan, unless their parents sealed them." "That made sense," commented Wang Wei. "After all, they were born from two immortal beings or higher dimensional creatures." "What about immortal childs?" "They are not immortal, they can live to the limit of mortal lifespan, which is 1 yuan epoch." Wang Wei was slightly surprised, but considering that 1 yuan epoch equaled 1,269 trillion years, these immortal children were essentially immortal since they did not have to worry much about lifespans. "So, the highest lifespan any cultivation system can grant is 1 yuan epoch?" asked Wang Wei. "Yes, but focus on the important thing." "You're right. Please, continue." Emperor children are also called born emperors in the lower dimension because all of them have one bloodline ability with the power of Dao ancestor. Throughout their life, they can only use it once. So, as long as they used it during their heaven will battle, they are guaranteed to win and prove the Dao. "Exactly. Fate is truly unfair," said Wang Wei with a sigh. "Why are you complaining? How high is your birth compared to 99% of most cultivators?" Wang Wei was slightly embarrassed because of this, but he did not show up. Instead, he thought about emperor childs and the effect of their existence on any world. He guessed that most other factions would probably do anything possible to force these emperor childs to use their bloodline ability before the heaven will battle, unless their parents were still present and hiding in the lower dimension. At the same time, these emperor children could just hide and show up during the heaven will battle and take the heaven will for themselves. Of course, they would still need to cultivate and temper their Dao hearts. Otherwise, they would only become pseudo-emperors. Wang Wei then asked, "What about Dao childs?" "They are born with a Dao source seed inside their bodies. When they reach the necessary cultivation realm, as long as they understand their own Dao, the seed will activate, and they can become Dao ancestors." "Still unfair." Wang Wucheng ignored his complaints before continuing, "You should be careful. Some Dao children can sacrifice their Dao source seed to temporarily gain the power of 1 to 2 leaf immortal venerable. Although less than 1 in 1 million have the talent to do this, you should watch out." "So, these Dao childs are all potential emperors," commented Wang Wei. "Basically." Wang Wei guessed that maybe some people desired the Dao source seed inside their bodies. However, they should be safe since their parents probably live in the lower dimension. "What about immortal childs?" "As for them, their ability is not to be shackled by the heaven will's karma. So, they can fight in each generation without the need of a great emperor to wash away karma for them. With their long lifespan, this is still a great ability," commented Wang Wei. "I'm suddenly curious. Does our sect has or ever had one of these blessed individuals?" "We did. The Hell Judgment Emperor was a Dao child, and we have an immortal child still in his mother's womb. If you did not come along, he would have been our solution to the 9 Emperor curse. The Hell Judgment Emperor was the Wang clan's 4th emperor and the sect's 7th great emperor. He lived during the Devil era and cultivated the Tao of Judgment, which significantly affected the Devil race because of their sins." Wang Wei suddenly realized the majority of the sect's emperors were during the Devil era. Qiyuan Emperor and Sword Emperor were during the Ancient Emperor era. Ancient Desolate Emperor, the 3rd Emperor, was during the Incense era. The 4th Emperor was Turtle Shell, the 5th Battle Maniac, the 6th Emperor was the Miscellaneous Study, the 7th was the Hell Judgment Emperor, and the 8th the Shadow Ruler Emperor. From the 4th to the 8th, they were all during the Devil Emperor, most likely the result of the spirit of epoch functioning. The Rainbow Emperor is the 9th, and she only appeared at the beginning of the Middle Emperor era, when the Enlightening Emperor Academy was rising. Most likely, the spirit of epoch was already transferred to them. "I can't believe how rare these people are that we only had 2 of them in our entire history," commented Wang Wei. If you count all of them that had shown up in the myriad emperor world, there are probably 10 or more but would not reach 20. Don't these people have any things like bloodline restrictions, similar to the Divine League people? No. On the contrary, their parents' Tao will be engraved in their bloodline similar to the law fragment of people with heavenly physiques. They can use it to understand their own Tao, or simply use it as bloodline abilities. Wang Wei sighed before asking something else. Thinking about the privilege of these blessed children makes him envious. How is the investigation of the Commerce Hub? I received news that Shadow 2 had just arrived and is investigating things. We have also begun to investigate the world some of these heaven chosens are from, but things are going slowly. The Shadow 2 mentioned in this conversation was not the one next to Wang Wei, but the shadow cultivated by the Rainbow Emperor using the Lord's Shadow technique. Wang Wei knew the Rainbow Emperor was the only emperor who personally cultivated 2 insurgents, Shadow 2 and Rainbow 1. Alright, said Wang Wei before stopping the conversation. He then glanced at Jianghu Hua before continuing drinking at his second seat. Compared to Emperor Child's abilities, Emperor Offspring seemed normal. Although Emperor Offsprings have a longer lifespan than ordinary people, have high talents, and even have some powerful divine abilities, it is nothing compared to Emperor Child's or Dao Child's. Their capabilities drastically decrease because one of their parents is immortal. In one of the dinner spots, a group of tall individuals looked intently at Wang Wei. The shortest was 2.5 meters, and the tallest was 3.2 meters. Young Master Taoyui, why do I feel this uncontrollable hatred for that man? Young Master Taoyui was the tallest of the group. He had a leather upper shirt made of animal hide. The shirt had no sleeve, showing his strong muscles and slightly tanned skin full of tattoos. He accompanied his shirt, long pants, high boots, and a white lion head on his right shoulder, serving as an accessory. With a calm look, he responded, it's an aura of hatred ingrained deep in his bloodline. Most likely, his ancestors committed some atrocities to our barbarian kind. Taoyui looked at the person next to him. Sister, what do you think we should do? The person next to him was a woman dressed similarly. She had a leather shirt with no sleeve, displaying an exceptional pair of bosoms. She had a short skirt and a pair of long legs that were the perfect amount of muscular that could entice anyone, but not too muscular to appear manly. She had braids and beards in her hair and tattoos on her arms like her brother. In general, she had a wild and passionate beauty that was quite captivating. Do you think he would accept being my husband? Asked Kudalin. Be serious. I am. You know I will only marry someone who can withstand my strength, and he might be the one I'm looking for. If you're seriously looking for a strong man, why don't you pick that Chu Luo? Supposedly, he is the most powerful person here. Him? He looked too feminine for my taste. Alright, be serious. What do you think we should do about this hatred? Should we attack him? We will attack, but not for this silly hatred. Whatever happened to the barbarian race in the myriad emperor world has nothing to do with our ancient spirit world, she replied calmly. In that case, do we attack right after this dinner? Of course not. We must first observe how capable he is and try to gather as much information as possible. Furthermore, let's first test the 6th place before working our way up. All right. The dinner party continued for another hour before it ended. Then, everybody became on guard, especially the seated players. Wang Wei and the others walked out of the venue before quickly separating their ways. Wang Wei walked to his mansion while expanding his innate shield to dozens of meters of the surrounding. In his way, many people attacked him to no avail. However, he was slightly surprised by the small number of attackers. However, after pondering about it briefly, everything made sense. All the heaven-chosen presents were the pinnacle of their world, so these guys would not make rash decisions despite the blatant provocation of the Lord Spirit. They will calm down and try to gather information on their competitors first. Li Jun sat next to a beautiful girl in one of the restaurants not far from the dinner party. Mimi, drink more. Tonight, we will have fun. Xiao Jun, you treat me the best, said the girl before gulping most of the drink in the bowl. You know, I've been under much stress by sect even though they know I have no chance of winning the heaven will battle in this generation. None of us have a chance. Oh, how so? Asked Li Jun while pouring more wine for her, knowing it was the right time he was waiting for. It's that monster, Chu Luo, she said before gulping everything again, her face red and eyes blurred. Do you know that he? Chapter 535 Another 1 inch. Do you know he is an old monster that has lived for a long time? Said Mimi. Well, he is an emperor child, so it's normal to have a long lifespan, said Li Jun. That's not it. For some reason, that monster would reincarnate himself, over and over, and over, and over, and why does he do that? Said Li Jun, cutting her tangent. I don't know. All I know is that in each reincarnation, Chu Luo will challenge all the heaven chosen right before the heaven will battle. He would defeat them but never participate in the battle himself. How could your sect expect you to win against such a monster? I know, right? I knew you understood me best, Xiao Jun. Don't they know even if you win, his parents could show up to make trouble for them, said Li Jun. That's right. Well, I think his parents are long gone since they have never appeared. Is that so? Li Jun said softly. One of his parents must have been from the Emperor Dao world. Do you know anything about them? Regrettably, Mimi had fallen asleep drunk, making Li Jun frown. He thought he had used the appropriate dose for a more extended conversation, but it appeared he overestimated her drinking capacities. After shaking his head, he left. He knew it was pointless to search the girl's soul as a cultivator's natural danger instinct would activate and wake her up. So, he went straight home to give the information to Wang Wei. As expected, he is similar to Di Tian. Yes, and most likely, even more powerful since he is also an emperor child. Maybe, replied Wang Wei. His intuition told him that although they had both reincarnated many times and had a similar foundation, Di Tian was more powerful than Chu Luo. Logically, this made sense. After all, their level of tempering or law understanding might be different in each reincarnation. So, even if Chu Luo and Di Tian lived 9 lives and absorbed the strength of each life, their power would be different. Things are not looking too good for me, said Wang Wei as he closed his eyes to check on his reincarnations. Only 2 of them reached the quasi-emperor realm and achieved their goals. But, even those 2 have not finished tempering their bodies. He can borrow the strength of these 2 incarnations. Still, it was not enough to reach the strength of 1 leaf immortal venerable, let alone his prediction that all 9 incarnations' power could grant him the power of Dao ancestor. He first checked on the spacetime incarnation. The latter sat on a throne located inside the river of time. Using this world's flaw, he began navigating through parallel timelines. This incarnation could experience the outcome if he made different decisions and the consequences of his actions. Furthermore, he could also bring back resources and knowledge from the different parallel timelines to the main one. Wang Wei sensed all the experience and law understanding of this incarnation. His understanding and control of spacetime laws had drastically increased. Furthermore, since the incarnation got his memories back in the Supreme Realm, he developed many techniques that Wang Wei would have created himself. Main body, when are we fusing? The others are not even close to being ready yet, so we have to wait a while. You know, I still resent you for all my suffering when my memories were sealed. Wang Wei's projection shrugged his shoulder. If you don't suffer, how am I going to temper my state of mind and Dao heart? The spacetime incarnation smacked his lisps before ignoring the main body. For a moment, he forgot how shameless he could be. Meanwhile, Wang Wei smiled before projecting himself to another world using the soul network. As soon as his projection occurred, he closed his eyes and sensed something, as expected. Without the river of time flaw, I cannot travel to parallel timelines. I can see some of them but not physically travel there. Wang Wei then traveled to a few other worlds, including some in the martial supremacy world community, to ensure the correct conclusions. Unfortunately, it was. Finally, he checked on the second and currently most powerful incarnation, the free will incarnation. Once this incarnation reached a specific strength, Wang Wei dropped him into a great 1,000 world like the others. Well, this guy is technically stronger than me now, thought Wang Wei when he sensed the latter's power. It had already condensed black holes in the primary 1962 acupoints and was currently opening the artificial ones. How is your mission going? More difficult than I anticipated, replied the incarnation, who also sat on a throne inside the River of Fate. I've tried many things to completely remove the River of Fate's influence on this world and grant the people's freedom, but every time I'm close to success, the main branch of the Fate River will intervene and stop me. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. How about you start from a low great thousand world? Better yet, found a mortal world, their River of Fate should be even weaker. Mortal worlds were worlds with no spiritual energy, hence no capabilities for people to cultivate. Only mortals and ordinary lived there. Most mortal worlds are the result of low thousand worlds being destroyed for some reason, and they are incredibly fragile and could be eradicated at any moment. I already thought of that and sent people to search for one. However, without your divination ability, it's not so easy to find any worlds in the endless void. Wang Wei nodded before using the soul network and divination to find a few mortal worlds for the free will incarnation. After giving the latter the coordinates, he ended his projection and returned to the trial. He suddenly gathered all the strength and power of these two incarnations. Wang Wei has never been so strong before. The current him could slap the previous him to oblivion. He sighed out loud before dispersing the incarnation's power. The only advantage I have is time. The longer this trial takes, the more time I have for my incarnations to grow up. Afterward, he checked on the other incarnations. They had all just entered primordial spirit realm and tempered their blood. I still need the resource group for one last incarnation, muttered Wang Wei. He then used his sect master's token to mobilize a few immortal powerhouses. He tasked them to control the time acceleration arrays where his incarnations were instead of leaving them to operate independently. With his previous time crystals and these immortal powerhouses, he could drastically reduce the time needed. Then, Wang Wei spent the next few days inside his manor. He ignored all the attacks on the mansion's array or their curse words to anger and lured him out. Meanwhile, Li Jun would often go out to fight these people. Then, one day, he sensed a large explosion not far from his mansion. After checking outside, he walked out. Susher, he thought as he looked at the person fighting in the sky. Demon Supremacy Residence, Yi Tuizi had a terrible aura on his body as he looked at the humanoid chameleon kneeling before him. How is the result? We have failed to infiltrate the Myriad Emperor world. Why? For some reason, the factions there have banded together to prevent outside fluence from easily getting inside. Yi Tuizi frowned as he pondered deeply. He analyzed the situation before concluding this should be related to the actions other planes took that resulted in the creation of the Heaven Devourer Emperor. So, the people of the Myriad Emperor world are now on guard, he thought. Is there any way to infiltrate? There is, but it will take some time. How long? According to our estimate, at least 6 months. That's too long, said Yi Tuizi as he did not want to wait so long. He could barely accept not being as good the emperor child, but he would never accept someone else to get the second position. Young master, if I may say something. Speak. It is obvious the Lord Spirit wants you to go after this Wang Wei. Of course, Yi Tuizi knew this. With his talent, how could he not be a seated player? Nevertheless, his pride would not allow him to accept such disrespect, especially from a human. The Myriad Emperor world should have members of the demon clan, right? Highly possible. In that case, tell my father to go borrow the bloodline mirror for me. I should be able to contact the demon clan there and learn some information. As you command. The chameleon disappeared before returning a few hours later, bringing a blood mirror with designs of animals on its back. You can leave now. Young master, you should know even with your status, the Demon Supremacy Alliance will not allow you to use such a high-level chaos treasure without surveillance. Yi Tuizi frowned with annoyance but did not say anything more. He took a drop of blood from his body and used it to activate the mirror, then used his divine sense to impute the Myriad Emperor world's coordinate. A few minutes later, a face appeared in the mirror. Who are you? How did you contact me and bypass our tribe's formation? Yi Tuizi did not waste time, he displayed his bloodline aura and transmitted it to the person on the other side. Such pure and noble bloodline. Your Excellency, I am the Black Tiger Tribe's chief. And who might you be? I am the next patriarch of the Hell Tiger clan, Yi Tweezy. I need some information from you. Then, the two chatted for over half an hour before ending their communication. However, Yi Tweezy was not happy. Although he gathered the information he needed, he failed to establish diplomatic relations with the Myriad Emperor World's demon clan. When he brought the topic up, he could see the slight fear in the latter's eyes. The fear of humans. How disgusting. With this brief interaction, he could summarize how terrible the lives of the demon race were in that world and how much they were oppressed. It does not matter. I can still take my time for the alliance. As for this Wang Wei, although he is powerful, it is not enough for me to be too weary. Suddenly, Yi Tweezy felt something and walked out of his mansion. Someone from the Myriad Emperor world is fighting the barbarians? This should be fun. Chapter 536 Su Shi vs. Barbarian Siblings. Wang Wei looked at Li Jun, who had just landed next to him. He was in terrible shape. He had blood all over his face and bare upper body. He had purple spots on his left arm, indicating someone had poisoned him. How are you in such a terrible state? Hee, these participants are crazy, they'll do anything to kill people in their ways, Li Jun said with excitement. After seeing this fighting madman enjoying himself, Wang Wei ignored him and focused on Su Shi's battle. The two barbarian leaders, Taoyue and Kudelin, stood before her, displaying aggressive auras. So, you guys think I am a soft persimmon you can pinch easily? Su Shi said, releasing an ancient aura full of power, vicissitudes, and nobility, a primordial aura. Yes, we do, replied Kudelin. Brother. Then, the two rushed toward her. Taoyue punched her in the face while his sister went for a kick on the ribs. Unfortunately for them, a black aura naturally came out of Su Shi's body and bounced their attacks back, sending them flying away a few meters away. They immediately frowned as they sensed that the aura injured the part of their bodies touched. The injury was not severe and instantly healed because of their fleshly body, it was still abnormal. The two siblings looked at each other and communicated through their eyes. Immediately afterward, they went on the offensive again. This time, they mobilized their fleshly Bodis blood energy to protect themselves. Meanwhile, Su Shi did not want to fight for long with these people and revealed all her abilities. She opened her mouth to sing a beautiful and melodic piece of music. Blood spilled from Taoyue and Kuchelin's eyes as the sound wave from Su Shi's voice instantly destroyed their eardrums and even attacked their brains directly. Despite the tremendous pain of this attack, Taoyue summoned a giant bow more than 1.5 meters long. He pulled the strings, and his muscles bulged in the process, showing how difficult of a process. Swish! The arrow traveled countless times the speed of light, heading straight for Su Shi's throat. She flew in the sky to evade without stopping to sing. Nevertheless, the arrow followed her. So, she changed direction many times in the sky, but to no avail. In the end, she slapped the arrow away. At that exact moment, Kudelin replaced the arrow's position, holding a black axe and slashing it down. Boom! Su Shi crashed to the ground, destroying numerous houses in the city. However, after the dust of her crash blew away, she appeared before everyone, not even a scratch on her beautiful skin. She raised her head to look at the two calmly. Then, her surroundings seemed blurry, as if the passage of time was slowed down. Then, she suddenly appeared next to Kudelin to punch her. However, the barbarian reacted in time and disappeared. Shadow displacement? So, her main Tao is law, thought Su Shi, who did not stop her punching her action despite her opponent already gone. Then, something magical occurred. The spot where Kudelin disappeared suddenly changed, and she reappeared right before Su Shi's punch. Time reversal? Her last thought was before her head exploded due to the punch, and her body crashed to the ground. At the same time, Taoyue's arrow hit Su Shi's heart, however, it did no damage. The moment the arrow came a few seconds close to touching her clothes, it decayed and disappeared since it was made from Taoyu's energy. "Sister, we can no longer hold back," suddenly yelled Taoyue as the tattoos on his arm lit up. Then, a dragon-like creature appeared behind him. It had a pair of wings, a deer's head, and a snake's tail. Philian, thought all the spectators. It is common knowledge that most demon races came from innate demons. As such, there is a particular group of demon races called primogenitor demon. They were the first demon clan created by the innate demons and were crucial to the innate acquire war. Many people believe the primogenitor demons to be the perfect combination of innate and acquired life forms. And during the war, many of them sided with the acquired species and became a real problem after acquiring the heaven will. Their contribution to the war was on par with degraded demons, innate demons who abandoned their innate nature to become acquired races. Many of them did that to infiltrate the heaven will worlds, where only acquired races could prove the Tao, and weakened that side. Others did it to escape the shackles of being an innate life form. For example, three-legged golden crows are degraded demons. However, they usually do not like that name to refer to themselves. Meanwhile, an enormous wolf with black fur and a snake for a tail appeared above where Kutulan landed. The wolf's fur appeared as if they were constructed from shadows themselves. Shadow Snake Wolf, another primogenitor demon. Kutulan flew to the sky, her tattoos glowing and her head perfectly intact. The Shadow Snake Wolf turned into a picture rune on her chest, and Taoyue did the same. Suddenly, the aura of these two increased. Wing God arrows. In many worlds, different races referred to Philian as the god of wind. Today, Taoyue showed the reason. Thousands of arrows descended on Su Shi at speed hundreds of times faster than the speed of light. Furthermore, once they arrived before her, they turned into these enormous tornadoes capable of destroying all matter, energy, and even laws. They could destroy worlds. Nevertheless, she remained calm as she had the utmost faith in her husband's primal chaos art. However, she did not want to reveal the extent of her fleshly body, for now, so she waved her hand. Then, all these arrows stopped midway in motion as she had reverted them to their state of inertia. Suddenly, Su Shi frowned as she sensed something directly attacking her soul and ignoring her Buddhist defense. Numerous tentacles suddenly appeared inside her sea of consciousness and attacked her primordial spirit. Controlling the shadows created by soul? What an ingenious application of shadow law. I should not underestimate my opponent. A bright light appeared in her sea of consciousness, dispersing all the shadows, which tried to fight off the light to no avail. All of these actions occurred in a blink of an eye, but it was still enough time for the barbarian siblings to go on the offensive. Spatial Wind Arrow. Taoyu's arrow bent spacetime as it traveled toward his opponent. The ripple created by bending spacetime generated wind made of space itself that could shred any matter, energy, or spiritual power. Shadow Confinement. A black dome covered Su Shi to prevent her escape, but the arrow easily passed through it. Nevertheless, she remained composed. The siblings sensed a terrible danger right before the arrow hit her, but it was too late for them to react. They suddenly found themselves inside the black dome, facing Taoyu's arrow, while their opponent was outside. Boom! The black dome exploded, and the siblings fell from the sky, their bodies mutilated and their souls injured. Everyone knew they would not get back up. What exactly did she do? Asked Li Jun. I could sense the subtle power of time, but I could not completely detect her actions. Time exchange. She exchanged their time to achieve spatial displacement. With your reaction speed, you would not fall for this move. The siblings underestimated her. I see. Can you do that? Of course, and I can even do it better. Wang Wei was not lying. He could use space, time, fate, and even shadows to achieve the same effect. Do you think I can beat her in a fight? I honestly do not know. She seems to be hiding a lot of things. Wang Wei then looked at the barbarian siblings. He could see the unwillingness on Kutulan's face. She regretted not being able to use her full power and even her trump card. I hope she gets her chance at revenge. For Wang Wei, the more the myriad Emperor World's people fought, the better for him since he could gather information about them. Although he did not consider most of his competitors a threat, he would not let his guard down before the final battle. Looking at the injured siblings, he took the opportunity while they were weak and helpless to read their fate lines and gather some information. The ancient spirit world is interesting, including their cultivation system. Did you find something? Yes. There is a unique dimension where many spirits of fallen demon races will be born. After tempering their bodies to a certain level, the cultivators in that world will journey through the ancient spirit realm to defeat and subdue a spirit that can even help them comprehend laws. That's indeed unique. What level of spirits is there? Apparently, there are even innate gods and great emperors who became spirits. However, it seems that few people could acquire them. Isn't that a little too overpowered? I'm sure there are some limitations. Plus, I bet some great emperors are using this as a method to resurrect themselves. That makes sense. Then, the two looked in the same direction as someone approached them. So, young Master Yi, you could no longer wait. Why would I need to wait for a human like you? You say that, yet you waited a week before taking action, replied Wang Wei casually. Chapter 537 Dao Child's Provocation. Wang Wei looked up and down at this person, and his mouth almost twitched. He sensed a unique aura from this Yi Tuji. It was the aura of an outlaw. This person cultivated an outlaw Dao, but he had not passed his trial yet. So, am I his trial? Thought Wang Wei. He quickly divined the secrets of heaven. He was not necessarily Yi Tuizi's trial, but someone in this trial was. So, it could be him or any of the other heaven chosen. However, considering everyone's displayed strength and potential, could be him or Chu Luo. Many thoughts flashed across Wang Wei's mind as he pondered whether to confront Yi Tuizi or just hide. He did not want to be Heavenly Dao's pawn. As for his reputation of running away from a battle, he did not care about such a thing. After all, the trial's rules only implied it was forbidden to run away. There were no rules that expressly prohibited such an act. While these two titans were about to clash, the situation on Su Shi's side suddenly changed. Someone else appeared before her, most likely intending to challenge her too. Shi Qian, don't you feel any shame targeting me after depleting my stamina? Su Shi said. You should understand that this trial's rules are the same as the heaven will battle, anything goes. Plus, are you exhausted? Where is your pride as an immortal child? Pride? Can I eat it? Can it make me stronger? Su Shi squinted her eyes, looking at this so openly shameless woman. Many thoughts flashed across her mind as she analyzed the situation. Then, without hesitation, she took her token and threw it to Shi Qian, an act that surprised her. This was a calculated move on Su Shi's part. The sixth-seated place was unique as too many vied for this position. Although she had confidence in herself, she did not want to reveal too much of her strength before she saw how the other parts of the competition took place. Of course, Su Shi would not give up this trial. The deceiving heaven longevity art was too valuable for her. She did not want this technique to contribute to another insurgent technique in the academy. Her true goal was to use this technique to deceive heaven that her husband had passed the outlaw trial and revived him using this method. If not, at least deceive heavens that he failed his trial but survived. Su Shi did not know whether this technique could accomplish something like this. However, this was her first chance at reviving him, so she wanted to try no matter what. So, she gave Shi Qian one last look before returning to her mansion and activating the arrays. No matter what, she would retake the token, possibly one of an even higher place. Su Shi's actions surprised Shi Qian along with many people. However, after a brief analysis, many people realized this was a genius move. At this point in the trial, all the seeded tokens are nothing but hot potatoes. Other competitors can attack seeded players, but even they can only defend their position. So, as of now, they have a weaker hand. Shi Qian looked at the token in her hand, her eyes shining brightly. Like Su Shi, she did not want the final scripture because of its implications for her factions or family. She wanted to see if she could deceive heavens that she was a Dao child that could control their Dao source seed or even an emperor child. Typically, such heaven-defying methods should not be possible. The enormous gap between mortals and immortals would make it impossible for a mortal, no matter how talented, to deceive heavens that he was an immortal child or another blessed one. True heavenly Tao has always been very strict regarding things such as this. However, as one of the three blessed beings, she believed she had a chance at succeeding. And once she does, she is guaranteed to prove the Tao and become a great emperor. After thinking about all of these, Shi Qian looked at her surrounding, waiting to see if anyone would challenge her. However, no one did so as they focused on the confrontation between Wang Wei and Yi Tuizi. In this brief distraction, Wang Wei had already made a decision regarding this battle. He received a hint that the quickest way to gather the resources needed for this final incarnation was through this young Master Yi. So, he could not resist the temptation. Nevertheless, he also needed to be cautious. He looked at the killing intent emanating from Yi Tuizi, and Wang Wei cracked his neck. It's been a while since he let loose, and he had the chance now, especially since the trial space was strengthened to withstand all their powers. Otherwise, Su Shi's previous battle would have created devastating destruction to the surrounding. I genuinely hate it when I see confident humans like you. Thinking how powerful most of your kind is in other worlds makes me sick. Wang Wei calmly looked at him. Typically, he would try to understand his opponent's mindset, history, or background. But, this time, he did not care. I don't like how you look at me, said Wang Wei. So, let's begin with your eyes. Before Yi Tuizi could react, Wang Wei appeared in front of him with speed beyond his reaction and time. Then, he ripped his eyeballs from their sockets. Young Master screamed out loud as he felt pain unlike he had ever experienced in his 1,000 years of life. How could he resist? After all, Wang Wei had not used his pain innate talent for a long time despite continuing to train this ability, so he can magnify the pain of all his attacks by factors of millions, if not more. As Wang Wei watched the eyeballs regenerate, he grabbed Yi Tuizi by the head and flew to the sky like he was holding a helpless chicken. In his flying paths, hundreds of blue stars appeared. Wang Wei used the star essence in his acupoints and mixed them with the chaos flame inside his heart to create these chaos stars. As he ran Yi Tuizi through the first one, the tiger demon screamed as the chaos flame burned every atom of his flesh, not even sparing his soul. But it was not the end. Wang Wei held him with a firm grip, preventing him from moving an inch before running him through close to 100 stars. Enough, roared Yi Tuizi, creating a shockwave that pushed Wang Wei away. At the same time, a keen breath emanated from his body as the blue star became encased in black ice. Yi Tuizi looked at his opponent, fury oozing from every pore in his body. The aura he released slightly bent the space around him. At this point, he only had half of his body left while the other half had already turned into ashes. Young Master Yi opened his mouth to instantly swallowed 5 of the chaos stars before Wang Wei placed them away. Then, in an instant, his body regenerated. God of Death's judgment, a phantom of an enormous man with red skin, a long beard, and wearing a traditional black robe and a judge's cap with the 2 characters of King and Death. The phantom took out a book and a brush, looked deeply at Wang Wei before flipping to a page, and wrote his name. A bloodline divine ability? Thought Wang Wei as he sensed this technique came from Yi Tuizi's body instead of something cast or used through law comprehension. A white light descended from the sky and enveloped Wang Wei. However, to everyone's surprise, nothing else happened. Trying to judge my sins based on karma? Shouldn't you know better after what happened during the dinner, said Wang Wei as he shook his head. He waved his hand to manifest an enormous hand that ripped the book and brush from this phantom's hand. Then, the hand wrote a name in the book. Yi Tuizi's face became ugly after seeing this and quickly deactivated his bloodline ability. Unfortunately, it was slightly too late, so he suffered backlash by vomiting a mouthful of blood, and his complexion became paler. Wang Wei once again appeared before him and kicked him straight in his face, sending him crashing to the ground. I must say, you truly have one of these faces that people simply want to stomp on. Everything became eerily quiet for a moment before loud waves of laughter echoed throughout the city. The people watching, especially the humans, could not help laughing after hearing this. None of them liked how these demons from the demon supremacy world treated humans, and they were weary of their ideologies of suppressing and eradicating humans. So, it brought them great joy to see Yi Tuizi mistreated like this. Screw all of you, roared young Master Yi as his overwhelming hatred suppressed the unsurmountable pain he currently felt. An ugly creature suddenly appeared behind him. It was only a head with red eyes and wrinkles resembling scales. The creature then opened its mouth wider than a python trying to swallow an elephant, displaying all its fangs. There were thousands of them, making people wonder if they all fit inside. Tao Tai was the name that appeared on everybody's mind. Chapter 538. The unorthodox Weitaodis were a unique race throughout the endless void because of how they were born. Most worlds followed the same path of development after their inceptions. There were disorder chaos chi all over these worlds, making it impossible for any life forms to be born. After many years, the disorder chaos chi became orderly chaos chi, and heavenly Tao created the first innate life forms. A few required chaos chi to be bred, but they are still considered innate life forms. Now, Tao Tais are different. They are creatures directly bred from the disorder chaos chi and, as such, are considered chaos life forms. Very few creatures are considered chaos life forms in the endless void. The number could probably be counted on one hand. However, they usually have a few things in common. They are extremely powerful and uncontrollable. They can all be described as mad, living only for the desire of destruction. The Tao Tai summoned by Yi Tuizi opened its mouth and swallowed everything and everyone within 100 meters diameter around him. The houses, people, and spiritual energy. The weak participants, the aid they brought, and the maid the trial gave all participants could not resist or react in time as the mouth devoured their flesh, blood, and soul. A little provocation and this guy turns almost everyone against him, thought Wang Wei. So far, there has been an unwritten rule not to involve innocent people like the maid or the people working in the city in this competition. But Yi Tuizi did not care and broke the rule. Many people Euro, including his kind from other worlds Euro, will officially turn him during this competition. With just one move, he becomes alienated. Wang Wei looked at the Tao Tai with calmness. He was not scared since he knew it was not the real thing. Otherwise, he would have run away and called for his ancestor. The beast was only a manifestation of Yi Tuizi's law of devouring. Yi Tuizi healed his cracked skull and took a deep breath to calm down. Then, his body morphed into a tiger the size of a mountain with red stripes on its back and 2 bull horns. He disappeared before reappearing in front of Wang Wei. The Tao Tai behind him opened its mouth with the intent of swallowing the small thing in front of him. After calming down, Yi Tuizi realized this was an opportunity for him. His strength would drastically increase as long as he could swallow this human. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had plenty of time to think. Gravity is a part of the devouring Tao. So, he used its power to pull and fold space and achieve teleportation. These heaven chosens are nothing to scoff. Small luminous dots appeared in different spots on his body. Knowledgeable individuals knew these were the physical manifestations of his acupoints. Then, a terrifying swallowing power came from Wang Wei's body, canceling Yi Tuizi's before he punched the tiger. Boom! The surrounding space bend as shockwaves travels outward a few dozens of meters. However, this attack did no damage to Yi Tuizi as he devoured the force behind the attack. Additionally, Wang Wei's keen senses detected that the latter's fleshly body suddenly became more powerful. Albeit the increase was well hidden, he could still detect it. The increase in strength is too large, thought Wang Wei. Although the law of devour can devour everything to help its user's development, there is still a limit based on the individual. And according to his calculation, Yi Tuizi's growth exceeded his limit. He punched the tiger again with the same outcome. Nevertheless, he still learned something. His devouring Tao also involves something similar to growth law or evolution law, which allows him to better digest the things he swallowed. A perfect combination if I say so myself. Yi Tuizi raised his sharp claws, slashing at Wang Wei's face. Crack. Young Master Yi's face became ugly to look at. His claw Sayuro, which could easily slash through neutron star Sayuro, broke as they clashed with his opponent's face. Wang Wei raised his hand to punch him for the 3rd time, this time using the power of fate. Boom! Yi Tuizi flew away before crashing to the floor. When Wang Wei's fist touched him, he used fate law to determine the limit of his opponent's absorption power. Then, the attack finally succeeded once the force behind his punch exceeded that limit. Dao Overlord, thought Chu Luo, who was watching the battle in the distance like many others. Deep in his eyes was slight envy. Meanwhile, Yi Tuizi quickly stood up from the ground, even going on the offensive. Bloodline Divine Ability, Hell Suppression. He appeared in front of his opponent and slammed down with his paw while the latter raised one hand to block crack. Small space cracks appeared underneath Wang Wei's feet, and with each second, the cracks expanded in size. His mass and weight can increase infinitely, thought Wang Wei as he felt the tiger's weight become drastically higher with each passing second. Based on his calculator, his fleshly body would not be able to bear it in half a minute. Many thoughts flashed across Wang Wei's mind in less than a nanosecond. He had many ways to deal with the situation. Use fate to limit the mass increase, use time to keep reverting it to weight that he could bear, or use yin-yang to make it so that his opponent became lighter with each passing second. In the end, he chose a not-so-revealing method. He pretended he was struggling to block the attack. And at the exact moment Yi Tuizi's mass reached the limit of his fleshly body, he activated the gluttony swallowing scripture to absorb all the tiger's mass and weight and convert it into energy to increase the size of the more than 500 supermassive black holes inside his acupoints. Wang Wei felt it. In just a few seconds, he increases his from 25,000 dragon elephant force to 50,000. So, now, he could destroy 50 million middle thousand worlds with one punch. Regrettably, he was still in the second layer of the true power Dao realm. At the same time, Wang Wei quickly sealed his increased strength since he felt he did not have proper control. Meanwhile, Yi Tuizi's black fur became slightly pale after having his strength swallowed. More importantly, he felt humiliated losing to someone else regarding the laws of Devour. Nevertheless, he acted quickly. He used the store power he kept in case of emergency to return to his peak state before continuing attacking. Bloodline Domain, Lord of Hell. Wang Wei suddenly felt the world around him change. He was no longer inside the Trials City, floating in the air. He was now standing in a pool of lava. He could feel a creepy wind blowing around, containing the sound of grieving souls. Ordinary cultivators would have their spirit and soul affected by the wind and sound, but he did not care. Above his head was an enormous wheel with the character, Good, and Evil, displaying its might. A terrifying devouring power emanated from everywhere, trying to devour everything that makes up his existence. The laws inside his body became extremely difficult to mobilize, the same for the origin essence inside his divine sea. If it was not for the quality of his soul, he sensed that even his spiritual power would have difficulty being used. A domain that combined his bloodline and his law? Thought Wang Wei, looking in the distance where Yi Tuizi had a humanoid shape, sitting on a throne with a book and pen floating before him. Without wasting time, he ordered his army composed of creatures with ox heads and horse faces to attack his opponent. In his domain, these creatures were endless, and as long as he could tire his opponent, he could swallow him. Wang Wei quickly analyzed the situation before deciding to use overwhelming force to break this domain. After all, the environment was literally working against him. However, he stopped as he suddenly had a divine hint to use the power of a domain as well to break free. He knew these hints were a manifestation of his luck and destiny laws. They would give suggestions to do things that would be beneficial to him. So, Wang Wei wrapped his body with a slight power from the free will incarnation's domain and became free from the restriction of a domain. With this method, he quickly escaped Yi Tuizi's bloodline domain. In the distance, Chu Luo squinted his eyes after seeing the method Wang Wei used to escape. The unorthodox method of the Nine Extremities Foundation, he muttered. Suddenly, the second-seated player became an eyesore as he remembered two of his greatest failures. His parents informed him of the Nine Extremities Foundation as they encouraged him to walk that difficult path. They first suggested he use the unorthodox way since it was less time-consuming. They told him the 3 requirements for using this method. Firstly, the soul must be of sufficient quality. As an emperor child and with his parents' resources, he quickly met the requirement. The second requirement was to enter the D realm. After learning about this secret cultivation realm, he developed a way to reach it, and with the protection of his parents, divine punishment thunder was not a big deal. Where he failed was the last requirement, having a tiny amount of understanding about his existence. He did not need the level required to be an eternal emperor, but enough so that when he fused with the other clones, there would be no problem, backlash, or loss of strength. Unfortunately, even after his father Euro, a pseudo-eternal emperor Euro, preached his understanding of existence to him, he could not comprehend anything. His parents did not blame him, since it is rare for anyone to understand anything regarding existence, without the heavenly will presenting the concept to any individual. To do so beforehand would require not only immense comprehension but also luck and maybe even the perfect environment. Nevertheless, Chu Luo never forgets the fleeting disappointment in his parents' eyes when he failed after numerous attempts. Ultimately, he had no choice but to use the orthodox method and reincarnate himself over and over while condensing a unique Tao inheritance seed that contained all his strength, bloodline, comprehension, etc., before absorbing it in his subsequent lives. Chapter 539 Survive? Yi Tuizi rushed out of his domain, heading straight for his opponent. Despite not being inside, the domain still boosted all his strength. It only lost the effect of suppressing his opponent. Then, the black tiger's eyes suddenly glowed red. Bloodline ability, Avasi Hell. Wang Wei then saw an illusion of countless demons tormenting his soul. So, he secretly shook his head. Most people who fight him could see the anomaly of his soul after one attempt and be wise not to fight him on this field. Yet, this arrogant little demon seemed not to learn anything from the beginning of this fight. Wang Wei snorted coldly, and a deep power from his sea of consciousness instantly destroyed the illusion. At the same time, Yi Tuizi's eyes began to bleed because of the backlash of his failed attack. "Let's end this charade," said Wang Wei as he condensed a spear made of origin essence. Boom! The air exploded as he threw the projectile with unimaginable force. The clouds in the sky scattered because of the sheer power of the throw, and as the spear traveled to its destination, it left a trail where space-time curved. Yi Tuizi's pupils dilated as he watched death rapidly approach him. Everything began to move in slow motion so that he could see every detail of the spear's trajectory. Unfortunately, his body could not move. Move, damn it, move. This can't be the end. It was pointless. His mind could react, but not his body. As the spear approached a meter from his body, the fear of death almost overwhelmed him. Then, Yi Tuizi heard a roaring voice, "Are you going to lose to a mere human? Where is your pride?" A roar of anger and frustration resonated deep in his soul. Then, Yi Tuizi's aura suddenly increased, becoming nobler, more ethereal, more immortal-like. Then, at the last possible second, he transformed into his human form to avoid the spear. "Can't be," thought Wang Wei as he squinted his eyes. "I should thank you," said Yi Tuizi with newfound confidence and calmness. "So, you've acquired control of your Tao source seed?" "Indeed. It seems that it is true what they say, there is a power of sublimation between life and death," replied Yi Tuizi as he clenched his hand, feeling the surge in power. After gaining control of the seed, it released an immortal aura that drastically increased his strength. "In that case, let's end this pointless battle," Wang Wei said calmly. "Do you know how to be scared now?" "Scared? Do you think you're my opponent now? Unless you're willing to sacrifice that seed." Yi Tuizi looked at him with intense killing intent. "Are you serious? You're throwing away your chance at proving the Tao for what? Pride? No one can insult me and live long to tell the tale, especially not a human." Bang! A terrifying aura emanated from his body that shook the entire city. All the heaven chosen watching the fight were forced to kneel on the ground by the overwhelming power of that aura. Everyone except Chu Luo. These arrogant geniuses tried to resist. To them, they would never bow to anyone, even an immortal. Regrettably, they did not have the strength to back up their pride. Yi Tuizi waved his hand to manifest an enormous black tiger paw that descended from the heavens like a god punishing mortals by squashing them as easily as bugs. Boom! The place where the paw landed exploded, generating a powerful shockwave that annihilated all matters, energy, laws, and concept above the trial city. Is this the power of immortal? Thought Shi Qian, who also knelt on the ground. I must have that power. She felt it was a shame that the second-seeded player would encounter such an opponent. Otherwise, based on the displayed strength, he would have probably made a mighty emperor. Many people felt the same way as her. The Heaven Chosens lamented how unlucky this Wang Wei was. At the same time, they also became elated since Yi Tuizi no longer had this power. Now, they only had to worry about the first-seeded player. They hoped he was not foolish enough to destroy his future for a short gain such as this inheritance. The dark clouds generated by the explosion blew away, and everyone watching this fight had their eyeballs bigger than their forehead, a person in terrible shape floating in the air. His left arm and right eyes were missing and had burned marks on different parts of his face. Additionally, he had a large hole in his stomach where his organs and golden spine were visible. Wang Wei calmly looked at Yi Tuizi, and everyone could sense the fury emanating from his body. Some people even felt he was releasing pressure on par with the previously boosted Yi Tuizi. Impossible. How could you survive the full blow of one leaf immortal venerable? Only Wang Wei knew how much effort he used to survive that attack. He knew he could not directly block this attack or reduce its power. So, he focused all his attention on survival. He used time laws to constantly revert himself to his peak state. He encased himself with a luck probability field to ensure something would go wrong, and this attack would do the weakest damage to himself. He blessed his destiny with that of someone who survived an attack from an immortal tier powerhouse. He used the cycle of yin and yang to form a powerful shield to protect him. And whenever he came close to death, he used samsara laws to convert his death state to a living state. Furthermore, he connected his fate to someone close to him, ancestor Wucheng, and transferred much of the attack's damage to him. Despite all of this, he almost died. Honestly, if he did not use the last week to ask the Sex Immortal Powerhouse to ensure that the third incarnation reached the quasi-emperor realm as soon as possible, he knew he would have still died. Wang Wei took a deep breath as he sensed his body. Although the attack had the strength of an immortal venerable, it did not have immortal qi that would hinder his healing. So, in a few seconds, he returned to his peak physical state. He even activated the runes in his clothes to regrow them back. Then, he instantly appeared before Yi Tuizi. As the tiger demon looked at those gray eyes, he felt a fear embedded deep in his bloodline. It was the fear when humans used to be the ones at the top of the food chain. His instinct took over, and he wanted to run away. However, he was unable to move as the space itself restrained him. Wang Wei did not waste his time as he unleashed a barrage of punches on Yi Tuizi's face. He punched the latter more than 1,000,000,000 times in less than a second without holding back. Hyena screams of agony echoed throughout the city. The sound was worse than a pig being butchered. Oddly, Yi Tuizi's head remained intact despite all these punches. And this was not an accident. Wang Wei used his own power to reinforce the tiger's head so he could withstand his punches. The beating continued for 5 minutes straight, with him punching more than 1,000,000 times in 1 second. So, for the next 5 minutes, these Heaven Chosens had to hear the demon squealing as if he had worked on his brother having sex with his wife. It was simply heartbroken. 5 minutes later, Wang Wei stopped as he took a deep breath to calm down. Then, he opened his mouth and inhaled. A white light emanated from Yi Tuizi's body and entered his mouth. He absorbed the latter's lifespan. Now, what will happen if I absorb the lifespan of an immortal creature? Let's find out, thought Wang Wei. Not long, he discovered his answer. He could only absorb 1 yuan epoch of lifespan, a total of 1.269 trillion years. Then, Yi Tuizi dried up like a mummy. He is still immortal, but his Tao foundation is destroyed, thought Wang Wei as he observed him. Now, he needed to know what to do with him. Yi Tuizi must die, but he cannot die in his hand. The demon supremacy world is very aggressive toward human-dominated worlds. So, based on the information he gathered by reading Yi Tuizi's fate line, they will definitely use this opportunity to invade the myriad emperor world. They have done this before. Although the different demon tribes often fought with each other, they were incredibly united in their hatred and opposition to the human race. Usually, the myriad emperor world would not fear any plain invasions. What Wang Wei worried about was that the demon supremacy world used the excuse that they were only after the Tao opening sect. With the political landscape of the myriad emperor world, the other sects might abandon their unity and let them invade, just to weaken the Tao opening sect. And Wang Wei would not let that happen. At the same time, his fury must be appeased. So, Yi Tuizi must die, but not in his hands. So, he took a copy of the latter's soul imprints. After years of analyzing, he discovered this was what his soul network used to connect to other world communities. As long as he accesses the demon supremacy world community, he can plan for Yi Tuizi's death. All these thoughts quickly flashed across his mind as he made a decision. Then, he threw the tiger demon's body to the ground like he was throwing a rag. Then, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared and caught young Master Yi. He quickly checked his body and became relieved when he discovered that only his foundation had been destroyed. He then looked at Wang Wei. Every inch of his body wanted to slap this kid for what he did to his son. However, he could sense a terrifying aura locking him from the shadow. He knew if he made the wrong move, he would be annihilated. The middle-aged man sighed, lamenting his weakness that he was not an insurgent. After that, he disappeared without saying a word. Chapter 540 Tao Ancestors Classification. Wang Wei looked at the people watching the battle, his eyes asking them if any of them was foolish enough to challenge him again. And based on how they averted his eyes, he got his answer. So, he flew to his mansion, which he thought was destroyed during the battle. However, it seems that the small world the trial took place was a special one, as all the destroyed houses had reappeared a few seconds after the battle ended. So, he entered and reinstalled the arrays he previously had. Chu Luo watched Wang Wei leave with a slightly stern look while countless thoughts flashed in his mind. He needed the deceiving heaven longevity art for a particular reason, and no matter what, he must get his hands on it. His 9 extremities foundation seemed to be in the early stages. Otherwise, he would not be so weak. However, he might become a problem based on how long this trial takes. So, he analyzed the situation before concluding that there was no need to worry too much. The second-seeded player was not as much of a threat to him, at least in the combat department of this trial. The minimum requirement for the 9 extremities foundation to succeed is to have the strength of a Tao ancestor. At the same time, there are different levels or classifications of Tao ancestors based on strength. Anything below that meant the process had failed. So, even if Wang Wei succeeded, Chu Luo believed he would still be stronger. And the reason he came to this conclusion is the downside of the unorthodox method: lack of time. Most people who walked the unorthodox ways had only one generation to cultivate the other incarnations before the final fusion. So, it is challenging to temper them to the limit like people who use the orthodox path. As such, most unorthodox people are the weakest Tao ancestors after completion. All I have to do is watch out for the other competition categories. The third-seeded player, Yi Dafu, watched the battle, excitement all over his eyes. This king is looking forward to fighting you. He was not deterred by Wang Wei's feat of surviving the full blow of an immortal venerable. His disaster bloodline can also do the same, albeit he would pay a terrible price. Based on his analysis, that human is now in terrible shape inside his mansion, trying everything possible to heal his injuries quickly. The immortal swordsman, Ji Lanfang, lay on a rooftop in the distance, spectating both battles. During the entire process, he never stopped drinking. What a strong meat shield. Maybe he can survive more than one of my serious sword slashes. Hiccup, he muttered. Mu Lei, the 5th-seeded player, calmly looked in the distance. Such a strong body. If only I could swallow it. Shi Qian, the new 6th-seeded player, clenched her teeth as she watched Wang Wei leave. No matter what, I must get this inheritance. Although she was one of the blessed ones, her situation was not looking too good. Her parents were loose cultivators who once helped a great emperor during his rise, and he rewarded them with immortal qi as karma repayment. So, her background may not be as high as some heaven chosen from emperor lineages. Worse, not long after she was conceived, Shi Qian's father died in some unknown secret realm while trying to get some rare resources for her. So, she only had a single mother to raise and protect her, which has not been easy because many people believe that by absorbing the source of an immortal child, especially one from the light race, they could wash away their karma without the help of an emperor. So, Shi Qian spent most of her childhood in hiding, waiting for the heaven will battle. She believed she could win this generation's heaven will battle with her talent. However, recently, a monster appeared in her world. That monster used to be an insurgent Dao ancestor but decided to give up all his powers and reincarnate to prove the Dao. Shi Qian did not think she had a chance at winning. Normally, she could wait for the next generation. Regrettably, that monster belonged to the sect that killed her father during a secret realm. So, if he proved the Dao before her, she knew that she and her mother would not survive long. Shi Qian was not the only person feeling anxious. Su Shi never felt so close to reviving her husband. And yet, the opportunity might slip from her hands. She was unwilling. Whether it was this trial or the heaven will battle, she could not lose. As she looked at the departing Wang Wei, a thought came to mind. Maybe I should consider acquiring an identity token from another world community and compete there instead. As soon as this idea got into her mind, she could not remove it. Let's see how things unfold before making a decision. Maybe this was the way for her future. Am I going to fail again? Thought Jianghu Hua as she looked in the distance. Then, she placed her hand on her ribs and caressed them. No, my father predicted this possible outcome and prepared for the worse. I should trust him. Hua Fenghuang looked at Wang Wei's back. No one, maybe even herself, did not know what she felt or was thinking. Meanwhile, Tong Ruobing smiled before muttering. As expected of a genius like him. However, it is not guaranteed that the throne will be yours yet. Feng Heng was one of the few people who saw how Wang Wei survived the attack, while all the others only marveled at his power and means. Who would have thought he not only survived the Supreme Outlaw trial, but he became so powerful? I thought Di Tian was my only problem, but now, there is another. Feng Heng thought about steps to take for the future to ensure the rise of Buddhism in the lower dimension. It was his mission, and he would succeed at all costs. I need to prepare some hidden cards before the final battles, and they have to be ones at the immortal level. Before then, let's focus on our objective. He did not come for the deceiving heaven longevity art. If he acquired it, that would be useful. If not, it did not matter in the long run. Then, Feng Heng looked at someone in the distance. The divine race. So, they can show up again after I created some loopholes on the absolute beginning magic. Maybe, I can begin to spread the seed of Buddhism throughout the endless void through him. He squinted his eyes as many thoughts flashed across his mind. Let's be cautious and investigate first. The divine race, Liang Shixian, looked at the departed Wang Wei. A unique soul. Maybe, he can help me. Then, he sensed a gaze and looked in Feng Heng's direction. After looking at the person for a second, he averted his gaze. A hooded figure also watched the departed Wang Wei. I've heard that the fate-dominating emperor was an air-suppressing genius in his youth, but I did not think he would be this powerful. Well, given his accomplishment, it would make sense. The hooded figure's face squinted under the hood. It does not matter. No matter what, I will destroy you in the cradle before you can grow up and save the entire chaos universe. After entering his mansion, Wang Wei immediately contacted Ancestor Wucheng. Kid, are you alright? Just minor injuries. That's good. So, what do you want? What's with the attitude? I'm not very fond of you transferring that attack to me. Common, Ancestor, that was probably like a mosquito bite for you. I still don't like it. I apologize, Wang Wei said with a very sincere face. Good, I accept your apology. Wang Wuchen did not know whether he was truly sincere. Can I still do it in the future? Now, he knew. Whatever. Don't tell the others, but you're my favorite ancestor. Wang Wucheng ignored the kid's cheekiness. So, why did you contact me? How strong was that person who took Yi away? He's a 3-root Dao ancestor. Explanation, please. Didn't you read the books in the secret archives? I'm not done since I've been busy. Plus, when it comes to immortal tier information, a lot of them are vague. Just the other paths, the Tao path also has a classification for strength. Do you know the difference between emperors and Tao ancestors? The former control the grand Tao source, while the latter borrows its power. Correct. But on a technical level, it is not true. Tao ancestors can control the grand Tao source, only up to 4%. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he thought of something. There are two reasons many people do not go to Great Thousand Worlds to become Tao ancestor. The main one is the immortal tribulation is extremely difficult. And secondly, this method could only create the weakest Tao ancestors, one root Tao ancestor. These Tao powerhouse have zero control of the grand Tao source. Although there are some exceptions, it is scarce. Now, when Great Emperor refines a seed for someone, he can allow them brief access to the grand Tao source to comprehend and control up to 4%, and the more percentage, the higher the root. So, that person only controls 2%? Yes. Using that 2% in his internal world, he can resonate with the grand Tao source and borrow its power. How fascinating. Ancestor, what's your level? Of course, I'm a 5 root Tao ancestor. Without that level, it is extremely difficult to become an insurgent. That makes sense. I remember you saying that 9-leaf immortal venerable can fight some Tao ancestor? That's right. Some can fight 1 to 2 roots. Wang Wei frowned slightly as he thought of something. The weakest third-class emperor only has 5% control of the grand Tao source, yet, according to you, the strength disparity to a 5-root Tao ancestor is unimaginable. Is the difference that exaggerated? You have no idea, Wang Wucheng replied with a long, desolate sigh. I once met an unparalleled genius who managed to control 4.9% of the grand Tao source before becoming a Tao ancestor. And yet, in front of the lowest third-class emperor, he could only run away after a few hundreds blow. And he even later admitted that emperor was not even trying to kill him. That 0.1% gap is a nightmare of despair. Just like the saying, heaven and earth treat everybody like dogs. In the upper dimension, great emperors are probably just bigger ants, let alone other immortal powerhouses, commented Wang Wei calmly. Maybe, muttered Wang Wucheng. Let's not talk about this. From what I know about you, you must have left Yi Tuizi alive for a reason. So, what's your plan? Chapter 541 The Demon Supremacy World. Wang Wei told Wang Wucheng about the Demon Supremacy World and his worries if he were to kill Yi Tuizi. You did a good job. Although our sect is powerful, there is no need to create more enemies. That's how Wang Wei felt, so he nodded his head. Out of curiosity, how would we fare against the entire Demon Supremacy World? Wang Wucheng thought for a moment, if they have an eternal emperor hiding in their world, we probably will not survive for long. If not, we could run away and hide with Shadow 1 and 2. Then, use guerrilla tactics to cripple the most powerful demon tribes and win this war. Eternal Emperor? That is a variable. Do you plan to do something? Yi Tuizi must die. Wang Wei did not want to kill him simply because he injured him, but because of the possible threat this person could pose. With Yi Tuizi's talent, even without the power of the Tao Source Seed, it is very likely for him to prove the Tao. And on the unlikely chance that Wang Wei fails, he could guess that Tiger Demon would return for revenge. So, he must remove the threat in the cradle. Do you need something? I need 1 talisman to prevent any Emperor tier powerhouse from tracking me down and a few talismans that can kill Tao ancestors. Alright, give me a few days. I'll bring everything. That's fine. The competition won't start for another month. Wang Wucheng left, and Wang Wei went to refine the soul imprint he took from Yi Tuizi, allowing his soul network to access the Demon Supremacy World community. Then, he took out a talisman that recorded many things, the most important of which was something Chu Luo muttered, the unorthodox method of the 9 Extremities Foundation. Before the battle, Wang Wei scattered the array virus in the surroundings to spy on everyone present. He would secretly record these heaven-chosenness aura, law fluctuation, emotions, and words. He did not allow the viruses to enter their bodies because he divined that if he overused the array virus in this way, it would be a matter of time before Heavenly Tao detected it, which would lead to Grand Tao noticing him again. 9 Extremities Foundation, unorthodox method, Wang Wei muttered before using his fate law to divine the secrets of heaven and earth. Since he was already walking on that path, he did not encounter any resistance when learning about the 9 Extremities Foundation and learned a lot about it. It seems I don't have to worry about rejection from the incarnation's innate materials. From his divination, he knew the innate materials on the incarnations would turn into a pure power that nourishes the main body during the final fusion. As such, he does not have to worry about clashes or rejections. As long as someone can pass or survive the outlaw trial, they can receive countless opportunities. Wang Wei knew if his trial did not lead to Lin Fan's trial, he would never have the opportunity to understand something regarding existence, and thus would be incapable of walking the unorthodox path of the 9 Extremities Foundation. Even with his comprehension, without the right opportunity, he might not have succeeded. This is the reason that luck is a fundamental aspect of any powerful cultivator. Finally, he reviewed the information he gathered on these people before going to meet with Ancestor Wuxia again. Wang Wei received many jade talismans, along with a necklace. Shadow One refined a talisman for you and lent you his personal chaos treasure. The key word is lending, you must return it. What's with the emphasis on lending? With how shameless you are, I would not be surprised if you tried to keep it for yourself. Wang Wei's lips twitched, but he did not refute. So, what does it do? With your fateless status, it should allow you to even hide from an eternal emperor, albeit briefly. If you sense someone on that level tracking you down, abandon everything and retreat. It should be fine. From what I learned from Yi Tuizi, the demon supremacy world only had 3 eternal emperors, and they should all be gone. Nevertheless, I will be careful in case there is one secretly hiding. Your cautiousness reassures me. Wang Wei entered seclusion again before activating the soul network. This time, he had 3 purples orbs floating in front of him, signaling the Myriad Emperor world, the Martial Supreme world, and the Demon Supremacy world. Wang Wei chose the new addition to the network, gaining access to a bunch of souls with that he could form connections. Then, he chose a random one as an anchor to send a projection into the Demon Supremacy world. The first thing he noticed was the towering trees that elevated to the sky. Everywhere he looked or used his divine sense to look, there were forests, mountains, rivers, and farms, giving the entire world a nature-like and picturesque atmosphere. Wang Wei looked at the trees and knew many demon tribes lived on top of them. The history of this world has some similarities and was influenced by the Myriad Emperor world. There was a Newell era as a result of the innate acquire war. Then, the cultivators rebuilt civilizations. The demons called that period the beginning era. In that era, demons and humans competed with each other to become the racial protagonist of this world. The fight was relatively balanced until a human became enlightened under a Bodhi tree and developed Buddhism. After proving the Tao and spreading his religion, humans became the dominant species and suppressed the demons. The demons called this era the Dark Era, a time of great suffering for their races. However, Wang Wei knew this was not the complete truth. From Yi Tuizi, he knew that the Buddhist cultivators were peaceful and left the demon race to themselves as long as they did not eat human flesh. Many demons even converted to Buddhism, walking on the path of seeking nirvana. However, the Dark Era ended after the Absolute Beginning Emperor created the Great Buddhist Cataclysm. Then, the first eternal emperor from the demon race rose, and he hated humans passionately. So, he destroyed 90% of the human race while enslaving the remaining 10%. He also ensured to rewrite history, convincing his race of the atrocities humans created during the Dark Era. That eternal emperor established the supremacy era that has existed until now. Wang Wei's projection teleported to an underground cave where a group of demons who looked like dogs watched over a bunch of humans. "Whoopssh, you're working too slow," said the humanoid dog demon as he whipped an older man who seemed to be in his 80s, dressed in sacks as clothes. The older man fell to the ground, with blood all over his back. Despite the immense pain, he did say a word as his eyes were numb. He then tried to get up, mustering all the strength possible. Regrettably, although his mind was willing, his body could not. "Are you being lazy?" said the dog demon before whipping him again. The older man fell flat to the ground, unable to move. He looked at the demon, his eyes still numb and unfocused. "What are you looking at, you disgusting human, whoopssh? Whoopssh. Whoopssh." The dog demon whipped him until the luster of life left his eyes. Another dog demon walked to the beater, indifferently looked at the dead older man, and said, "Team leader G, go, you are killing the slaves too quickly. The tribe might complain. These humans reproduced as quickly as the rabbit tribe, there will be plenty of them to replace." The vice leader shook his head. "So, what do we do now? Didn't that human have children?" "Yes, but the only remaining one is 10 years old. Old enough to work. Go get him." Soon, a 10-year-old malnourished child appeared. He saw his father's corpse on the ground, and his body trembled. Tears wanted to leave his eyes, but he controlled himself. He quickly picked his father's pick and began mining, not uttering a word. Wang Wei watched the older man. He knew despite the latter's appearance, he was only in his early 40s. He did not say anything before teleporting to a small village. In some houses, a line of more than 40 demons waited in front of each home. Wang Wei looked at the closest to him, where an ant demon walked out from a house, pulling up his pants and using a cloth as a belt. "How was it?" asked a wolf demon in front of the line. "As good as usual." The wolf demon laughed heartily after hearing this, then the people behind him followed soon. The invisible Wang Wei looked through the house and saw a human woman lying on a bed naked, her dull eyes full of despair. He could tell she was asking for someone to relieve her of her misery. Wang Wei teleported to another place. This time, it was a city full of humans. An elephant demon looked at a kneeling human. Compared to the others he saw, this person's dress was way better than the sacks he saw all the others wear. "Did you finish the task I gave you?" asked the elephant. "Yes, I have chosen 200,000 humans for the Lord's banquet." "Did you properly choose each individual?" "Yes. I properly bathed, fed, and even chose the ones with high cultivation talent and special bloodlines. The Lord should be satisfied with this meal." The elephant nodded before going to check the chosen people. He secretly shook his head. "No one with cultivation realms, those are the tastiest. Well, I should not expect more from a backward place as this." He then used his space ring to take away all the 200,000 people. And during the entire process, the city lord had a smile on his face. Wang Wei calmly watched this before teleporting to another location, which was a school where a heterogeneous group of demon children interacted. The teacher, a lion demon, had a complete human transformation, unlike the others who only looked humanoid. Remember, children, humans are born aggressive. They were born for conquest, destruction, and hatred. This has been proven based on their activities during the Dark Era. "Teacher, from what I saw during last week's field trip, aren't we doing the same thing as humans?" "No, it is not the same. Humans do horrible things because they are innately evil and corrupt. They enjoy committing sins. We do what we do to protect our race, our culture, and our way of life. So, if we give them a chance to rise, we will suffer an even worse fate." "I understand, teacher." "That's good. Now, pass me yesterday's assignment." The lion demon collected all the papers and read the first one. "Excellent work, Shizazhong. By the power granted to me by the Demon Supremacy Alliance, I will give you 100 community points. Keep up the good work." Then, he read another paper before giving the child some community points, making each of them very happy. At such a young age, they knew that with enough points, they could elevate their status and acquire more resources. They could change their entire life for the better. As Wang Wei observed this school interaction that was probably normal throughout this entire world, he sneered. "The Supremacy Era, huh? Alright, let's begin the Era of Revolution." Chapter 542 The Revolution. Wang Wei closed his eyes to access the Soul Network. He made the category for his search human and inaccessible ones. The demon race made up 60% of this world's population, humans comprised 30%, and the remaining 10% consisted of demonic beasts, essentially animals that have absorbed a lot of spiritual energy but are of low intelligence. After a period of cultivation, the demonic beasts can evolve into low-level demon races with impure bloodlines. If you count the number of these low-level demon races as demonic beasts, they will then make up 40% of the demon race's population. After searching for the information he needed, Wang Wei found 5 places where a large number of humans habited, but his soul network could not pull people's souls. He knew there must be some immortal-level powerhouses or formations in these places. He divined which of these 5 places would ensure his plan's highest success before teleporting inside. It was a city occupied by demons, but that was only on the surface. He could detect that humans controlled the demons in this place, making it look like it still belonged to them. Furthermore, there was an entrance to a small world in this city. After a brief search, he discovered a person who could enter and leave the secret realm at will. Wang Wei did not follow him. Instead, he summoned that person's soul to his soul realm, the name he gave that space in the soul network. He showed that person his strength and mysterious abilities before telling him to contact his leader. Not long afterward, the poor middle-aged man rushed into the secret realm to report. Not long afterward, a Dao ancestor wearing a green robe came out to meet Wang Wei's projection in a secret house in the city. Your Excellency, I am Daoist Greenheart. How may I refer to you? The name's Chu Mo, replied Wang Wei, that had masked his appearance. Lord Chu Mo, are you from another heavenward world? Asked Daoist Greenheart, who became more respectful when he realized he could not detect any information from the person in front of him. What makes you say that? This is not the first time some foreign plane has aided our resistance. Otherwise, I doubt we would last so long. Well, you are correct. The demon supremacy world has enmity with us, so they must be destroyed. Daoist Greenheart smiled but did not take these words seriously. The previous people only provided some resources and helped them destroy a few insignificant demon tribes before leaving. So, he is prepared for the same outcome. He would be satisfied as long these new people were not stingy with their resources. Wang Wei frowned after seeing the latter's situation. It seems you do not expect much. In that case, how about I tell you the first stage of my plan? Then, you can decide whether you want to participate. Oh, what will happen if I don't want to participate? I will go to the other bases. And if they are not willing to participate? I'll raise my own force. It seems Your Excellency is determined. All right, please tell me your plan. Before we can start, please sign this Dao contract, swearing you will not reveal any information about our discussion. Daoist Greenheart frowned as he looked at the contract. The Dao contract in his hand was the highest level, capable of even binding a great emperor. However, after reading it, he sighed in relief. The contract only stated that he could not reveal any information regarding their discussion and also not betray the human race. Truth be told, Daoist Greenheart admired this foreigner's caution. So, after checking if there were any hidden clauses, he signed with his soul. Then, Wang Wei told him about the first phase of his plan. See, can we really succeed? Of course. The better question is, are you really willing to use such precious resources? Why not? The return would more than enough make up for it, replied Wang Wei. Daoist Greenheart quickly calmed down before processing the information. How do we split the rewards? 8-2, 8 for me. Isn't that too much, especially since you're not risking anything? You should understand that freedom has no actual price. Do you want the human race to be livestock for generations? Daoist Greenheart sighed heavily. You're right. I'll go talk to the other bases. I'll convince them. Remember to have them sign the contract before revealing the plan. If any of them is adamant in his refusal, quickly take him down. Do you suspect there are traitors amongst us? Impossible. Don't be naive. In this cruel world, it would be odd if some people did not sell their kind for survival. Greenheart knew this, but he did not want to accept this. After sighing again, he left. 3 days later, he returned with 3 other middle-aged men wearing distinctive colors of robes. However, they did not look happy. So, who was the traitor? Asked Wang Wei. That does not matter, replied Daoist Red Heart. Is your plan really going to work? As long as you guys are willing to place your lives in the line. We are not afraid of dying. We are only afraid of a meaningless death, afraid of leaving the human race in a worse position than it already is. As long as you keep that conviction, everything will be fine, said Wang Wei. Alright, where do we begin? Asked Daoist Yellow Heart. This is a list of the demon tribe we must destroy as rapidly as possible, said Wang Wei as he handed them a list, which obviously included the Hell Tiger tribe. I still think this plan is too far-fetched, said Daoist Blue Heart. What's your worry? Asked Wang Wei. These demon tribes have between 20 to 30 great emperors as their foundation. How on earth are we going to destroy them? Wang Wei looked at him, and he could tell he was not the only one with reservation. You guys know of Great Rock Emperor? Of course, he is the damn demon who started all our misery. As the first eternal emperor of this world, he had a lasting impact even to this day. The Great Rock Emperor created the demon race's era of dominance, but his policies doomed them for failure as well, Wang Wei said calmly. What do you mean? Many tribes have more than 10, 20, and even 30 great emperors. However, this is not the result of their strength. The Great Rock Emperor made a secret agreement between the tribes that in each generation, they could select a tribe for the heaven will to be handed to. What? How is that possible? Yelled Daoist Red Heart. This is what happens when a world's heavenly Tao is not as strict on controlling the laws and regulations, added Wang Wei. But, how does that help us with our plan? Asked Blue Heart. Most of the emperors these demon tribes have are only third and second class, with a lot of them even being pseudo-emperors. Pseudo-emperors? Wang Wei looked at the confusion on these people's faces and secretly shook his head. It is of great significance for cultivators to have widened horizons. Great emperors who do not have the Tao heart or proper foundation to bear the heaven wills. How did you guys become Tao ancestors without even knowing such a thing? The four looked at each other in embarrassment. All the records of our human race are destroyed. This includes our history, culture, origin, and even our speaking tongue, said Daoist Greenheart, lamenting that he was currently speaking the demon language. But, you should have lived long enough to learn this. Or, at the very least, learn from the great emperor who created you. The thing is, a great emperor did not create us. We inherited our powers from an inheritance Tao seed. These things can inherit immortal level power. Wang Wei decided to ask Ancestor Wucheng if they had this technology. If not, it would be great to bring it back to the sect. Back to the topic. Because of how weak the emperors of most demon tribes are, they do not have any insurgents. So, with the talisman I gave you, you should be able to destroy them effortlessly. Alright, when do we attack? Asked Red Heart. 3 days from now. So, gather all the people needed. Why not sooner? We need a new and more secure base. Hell Tiger Tribe territory, inside a secret realm. How is Jir doing? Asked a beautiful woman, looking at a body in a green pool. The tribe has used an emperor pill to recreate his foundation. Regrettably, there is nothing we can do about the Tao source seed. Damn it. How could he waste such a precious thing? It does not really matter. As long as he can defeat his opponent in the upcoming competition, according to the rules, the other tribes would have to hand the heaven will to him. It's not like they have not gone back on their words before. With the seed, he could deter them from acting rashly. The middle-aged man, Yi Tweezy's father, shrugged his shoulder. He also thought his son was stupid to waste the seed, but it was gone, and there was nothing he could do now. What about the person who did that to him? Are we going to let him go like that? The other person is from the most powerful sect in the Myriad Emperor world. So, unless we can get support from the entire alliance for an invasion, it would be suicide to fight them alone. So, he's just going to get away with hurting our son? Sai, the only way for him to get his revenge is to prove the Tao and hope the other party fails. Otherwise, this is out of our hands. The woman's face became ugly to look at after hearing this. Just as he was about to complain, the entire secret realm trembled. What's going on? the two rushed outside to see the sun shining on them. The Hell Tiger's bloodline was Yin in nature, so their tribe's main headquarters was deep underground, where Yin energy was concentrated. So, it was odd to see the sun. However, this was not even the odd part of the situation. All 27 of the tribe's emperor formations and arrays manifested to protect the tribe from an enormous hand that descended from the heavens. Yi Tuizi's father squinted his eyes after seeing the person controlling the enormous hand. Taoist red heart from the human resistance? How could they be so powerful? He could tell the previous attack reached the level of first-class emperor. Suddenly, he remembered the cold, indifferent gray eyes that almost ruined his son's life. Boom! 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 The enormous hand slammed a few times before breaking all the information. Then, the hand killed all the Hell Tiger demon tribes, mortals and immortals alike. Taoist Red Heart proceeded to take all the sect's resources, including the Emperor artifacts, secret realms, and the bodies of the demons, and returned to the base. Across the demon supremacy world, many Emperor tribes were destroyed in just a few minutes before anyone else could react. Using the talisman, which contained the power of the Tao opening sect's insurgents, the Tao ancestors of the human resistance acted swiftly before retreating. Furthermore, Wang Wei gave many humans true monarchs talismans which contained his power, tasking them to destroy the non-emperor or immortal tribes. And with his strength that can slaughter quasi-emperor as if they were nothing but ants, these humans went on a rampage. And unlike the Tao monarchs, these humans were chosen as death soldiers, so they did not need to retreat, only kill until they died. So, in just one day, these humans managed to kill 5% of the demon race's population. They killed 5% of the entire universe's population. Wang Wei was slightly surprised by this news. The madness of these humans, fueled by their hatred, genuinely shocked him. Inside the Resistance's new base, Wang Wei had just finished absorbing the lifespan of a Tao ancestor. Unlike the Tao child, he can absorb 9 cycles of 1 yuan epoch, for a total of 9 yuan epochs. After that, the dead body of the Tao ancestor would disintegrate. As he looked at the lifespan on his hand, he smiled. After absorbing Yi Tuizi's lifespan, he had an idea for all his 8 incarnations to live the limit of mortal, 1 yuan epoch, and spent all that time comprehending the law. Then, he would fuse with them. Once he succeeded, he might exceed Di Tian's golden law tree. For those of you not in my Discord, there is additional information in the previous chapter that I forgot to add yesterday. Chapter 543 The Revolution, 2. As Wang Wei held the lifespan in his hand, he frowned as he sensed something was odd. So, he quickly divined the problem and learned that each of his incarnations couldn't live 1 yuan epoch. 1 yuan epoch was the limit of mortals, and since his incarnations are part of his existence, their lifespan is his lifespan. If one lived for 1 yuan epoch, the main body would run out of lifespan. In other words, he cannot use them to escape this restriction of heaven and earth. Wang Wei was sure there was a way to remove that limit, but this method may not exist in the lower dimension. It does not matter. I can still use the lifespan to boost the incarnation's comprehension. Using lifespan this way requires a deep understanding and control of the soul, so most cannot do this, but he could. Afterward, he began to do an inventory of his gain. There were more than a dozen emperor artifacts, materials used in the formations, materials stored, and many immortal tier bodies. With this raid, Wang Wei had more than enough resources to change most of his incarnations with chaos materials. But this was not the end. He won't stop until he destabilized the entire demon supremacy world. As for Yi Tuizi, Wang Wei already checked his body. He secretly shook his head. If that guy had stopped after acquiring access to his Tao source seed, Wang Wei would have stopped fighting him, and he would have passed his outlaw trial and become a Tao lord. Unfortunately, he let his pride get the best of him. After lamenting how emotions and desires are often the downfalls of powerful and talented people, he finished his inventory and took 80% of the spoils as previously agreed. The colored heart Taoists looked in pain after seeing this, but considering how they accomplished such a feat, they knew he deserved it. Even if Wang Wei asked for more, considering his invested resources, it would be reasonable. Lord Shu Mo, what is our next step? Do we attack again? Asked Red Heart. Isn't that a little dangerous? Asked Blue Heart. We don't need to worry about anything with our strength. Wang Wei looked at the two, and they stopped talking. How many times can you endure using the insurgent talismans? All four remained quiet for a few seconds before Green Heart said, if we push ourselves, probably 3 more times. Wang Wei nodded his head. Giving these one root Dao ancestors the power of a first-class emperor through talisman is not an easy task since they cannot bear the power. Wang Wei did not immediately explain his next step of action despite having already planned it. He wanted more information. So, he used his spirit particles to read the millions of scriptures these demon tribes kept in their territory, learning of this world's history and secrets. Interesting, he muttered. Sir Chu Mo, did you find something? The Great Rock Tribe is very capable, despite how they looked on the surface. The four looked at each other, very confused. The Demon Supremacy Alliance distributes the heaven will even before the competition. So, why is this world not continue to weaken? Instead, it even gave birth to 2 new eternal emperors. They did not know. The Great Rock clan introduced the Jiaolong and Purple Tortoise clan from other world communities. They found worlds where the demon race is oppressed and on the verge of extermination and brought them back here. How is that helping? Asked Red Heart. He was not the only one puzzled, but the others were too embarrassed to ask as they did not want to appear stupid and ignorant. Usually, before any species is destroyed, their racial luck will counterattack by creating an unparalleled genius. This genius is the destiny son of that race. I see. So, they brought the destiny sons of the Jiaolong and Purple Tortoise from another world, then allowed them to prove the Tao in the demon supremacy world, which led to the birth of 2 more eternal emperors, said Green Heart, as a look of realization suddenly hit him. Is that why they did not completely wipe out our human race? Probably one of the reasons, replied Wang Wei. This is all good, but what does this information have to do with our next attack? Asked Red Heart. I know for a fact that these 3 tribes have insurgent chosens on par with first-class emperors amongst them. Furthermore, if you look at the great emperors they have cultivated, they have way more first-class emperors than the others. Our plan succeeded because we acted swiftly and had the element of surprise. If we try again, I guarantee these tribes' ancestors will besiege and eradicate all of you. So, that's it? In the long term, our actions have only placed a slight dent on the Alliance's power. Of course not, Wang Wei replied calmly. Our second phase is to attack the foundation of the Alliance, the low-level demons. Them? Besides their large number, they are useless, said Yellow Heart. It's exactly because of their large number that they are the foundation of the Alliance. Sir, can you elaborate more? Wang Wei did not mind these people's ignorance as he understood they spent most of their lives cooped in this world without access to knowledge and most of their history destroyed. So, he further explained. He drew a pyramid in the air with 4 sections. The Alliance can be categorized into 4 hierarchies or classes. At the top, you have the Emperor's tribes. Essentially, the tribes who have given birth to a great emperor. They are considered the tribes with the noblest of bloodlines. I'm not going to talk about the difference between them since it's not relevant to understand my plan. The second class is what I called the aristocrat tribes. They are the demon tribes with no great emperors. They are an easy group to understand. The third class is what I called the wealthy class. These tribes were former low-level demons, but through the system established by the Alliance, they have sublimated their bloodlines to be on par with the second class. Some even managed to cultivate a great emperor and enter the first class. Nevertheless, they are in a class of their own because of the discrimination they faced from the second category, despite many of them being as powerful, if not more than the second class. Finally, the lowest category is the low-level demons. They have the highest population, make up most of this world's armies, and even workforce. Doesn't humans make up the world's working force? Asked Greenheart. Yes, them and humans. However, the upper echelons make it look like humans are the working force to give these low-level demons the illusion of freedom. The Alliance created the mindset that humans have it worse than them, forcing them to ignore their situations. And by giving them the power over humans, these low-level demons even think they are superior to us, even though they are technically exploited even worse than humans because of their large population. Low-level demons make up 40% of this world's population, while humans make up 30%. And if you discount the 5% of humans belonging to the human resistance, they are indeed the main working force of this world. Sir Chu Mo, how do we deal with the low-level demons? We use the Alliance's system against them, replied Wang Wei, who prepared to use an old but effective tactic. I need you guys to find some people to distribute these scrolls worldwide. Warn them that they will not survive. Greenheart took the scroll, and after reading it, he squinted his eyes. He had already guessed what the plan was. Wouldn't it be better for us to go? He asked. No, these people are just a distraction. Furthermore, I need you to confront the insurgents of the 3 eternal tribes. I need to know how strong they are before the next phase. All right. I'll get everything ready. Greenheart chose a group of people loyal to the cause and not afraid of death. Then, he sent them on this mission. One of the reasons that the resistance could last so long was that they once had a powerful great emperor. He sacrificed his life to leave a few untraceable hideouts for humans. And in the following years, the few great emperors humans were lucky to have further strengthened the formations in these bases. After arriving, Wang Wei fused the 4 main bases together before establishing many secret realms scattered throughout the world. He then connected these secret realms through teleportation array, creating an underground network where the resistance could travel quickly. Using these secret realms, the chosen people traveled to different parts of the world before leaving strange scrolls near habitats with low-level demons. Heavenly Dog Tribe Territory, a low-level humanoid dog finished peeing in the bushes and pulled his pants up. When he was about to leave, he saw something in the distance. He walked over to pick it up. Bloodline sublimation art. He quickly opened the book and read it. The dog demon squinted his eyes before quickly putting away the book and running home. The next day, he invited a friend of his to hunt in the forest, and while the latter was not looking, he plunged his hand into his chest, killing him. Then, he activated the technique as he absorbed the other's bloodline to purify his. It worked, yelled the dog demon before quickly shutting up, looking and sniffing around. After not detecting anyone, a deep desire suddenly appeared in his eyes. With this technique, he did not have to work hard to acquire community point, purify his bloodline and raise his status. So, he went after his next victim without hesitation. Meanwhile, the colored Taoists fought against the insurgent of the 3 eternal tribes. As expected, they lost miserably. Luckily, they lasted long enough to gather information and escape with a talisman Wang Wei gave them. Soon after that, the Alliance noticed the existence of the humans spreading such a dangerous technique through the world and acted quickly to kill all the distributors and the low-level demons with the technique. Unfortunately for them, they did not see the real threat. Wang Wei never planned to rely on these humans to distribute the bloodline technique. He planned on doing it himself. So, while the Alliance was distracted, he used his soul network to access most of the low-level demons. Then, he used a dream technique to pass it to them. As a cautionary measure, he placed some restrictions on these demons. If any of them wanted to report this technique to the Alliance, they would suddenly forget they had. And as expected, in just over a week, chaos enveloped the entire demon supremacy world as low-level demons began to attack one another to sublimate their bloodlines. Since this technique was a devilish one, it could tempt anyone who read it. And as long as they used it once, it is difficult to stop unless a person has a strong will. Additionally, this technique was not only useful to low-level demons. Any person in the class system could benefit from this technique. Aristocrats could use it to steal the bloodline of emperors, or the wealthy class doing the same for aristocrats. This single technique could destroy or destabilize the entire social-political system of the demon supremacy world. In the human resistance base, Wang Wei looked in the sky, observing the demon race's chi luck. As expected, the low-level demons are responsible for a great deal of their racial luck. Turning them on each other will affect the entire demon race's luck, he thought. Now, for the final phase. I might have to take some risks, but it should be worth it. Chapter 544 The Revolution, Final. the final phase has many steps, and Wang Wei walked toward the first step. Inside one of the rooms of the base, two formations stood next to each other. On the left side, a dark red aura kept gathering at the center of the formation. Meanwhile, on the right side, a golden aura gathered. Wang Wei checked the left side since it worked faster than the other. As he looked at the red aura, he could hear cries of despair. Anyone without sufficient willpower could not observe the formation for long. Without saying much, he checked both formations one last time before leaving. Sir Chu Mo, what is the next step of our plan? For the next step, I need a few emperor artifacts for sacrifices, said Wang Wei calmly, making the others' eyebrows twitch. They immediately knew they would be paying. Is that necessary? Asked Yellow Heart. Without it, step 3 cannot succeed. If you guys want, I can stop my actions. After all, you have dealt a great blow to the demon race. Maybe, this success is enough for you. The four became quiet as they secretly communicated through divine sense. Sir Chu Mo, how important is the next step? If we succeed, the humans of this world will finally have a chance to overthrow the demon race and even become this world's protagonist. If succeeded? I won't lie, there is a chance of failure. The others frowned as they considered the situation. Although things looked favorable to them, they knew this was not the case. It's only a matter of time before the Alliance quickly regained control of the situation and counterattack against the humans, especially the enslaved ones. Although their resistance took the opportunity to plunder and liberate another 5% of the human population, the remaining one will still suffer terribly. Fine, we agree, said Greenheart, and Wang Wei nodded. The next day, he sat cross-legged in a room with a few emperor artifacts floating around him. With the ancestor's clone, the fourth incarnation has reached the quasi-emperor realm and condensed many black holes. With its power, this plan has a higher chance of success, but I should slow down from now to prevent some problems from occurring with the incarnations. Alright, let's begin. One of the emperor artifacts glowed before a flame suddenly appeared, slowly destroying it. Meanwhile, Wang Wei immediately borrowed the strength of 4 incarnations. The strength of 1 leaf immortal. The current me would survive Yi Tuizi's attack without a scratch. He then concentrated as he summoned his physique's vision. So, a version of himself sitting on a throne with the river of fate at his feet appeared behind him. Using that river of fate, Wang Wei summoned the main branch of the river that connects everything and everyone in the endless void, including all heaven world and their world communities. As Wang Wei gazed at that river, he felt that he was all-powerful and all-knowing. He felt he could control the fate of everything in existence, including all Daos. He felt free. Immediately, he used his willpower to rein his mind. That was a little scary. He knew if not for his strong willpower, he would have given in to that feeling, and the river of fate would swallow him, making him a part of it. I can waste time since I don't have long. He used the river of fate to search for a particular string. It took him a few minutes to swim or navigate, but he did find what he was looking for. He did not immediately interact with that string but activated the Shadow One's Chaos Treasure to ensure he could not be detected. Then, he focused on that string. Wang Wei's gaze changed as he saw somewhere in the endless void, countless trillion light-years away from his location, in some unknown world community. It was a humongous beast with a black body, scales, and 1 horn. A Tier 10 void beast, thought Wang Wei as he watched the sleeping beast. He briefly observed it before taking action. He directly used a soul attack, creating a sword that stabbed the beast's sea of consciousness. His attack did not work, but it did anger the beast and woke it up. Then, Wang Wei acted swiftly. Fated destination, he manipulated the beast's fate strings through the river of fate to make it as if he was destined or fated to be at a specific destination, thus achieving teleported. And the destination of that beast was the territory of the Great Rock Tribe in the Demon Supremacy world. Bang! An enormous black beast suddenly appeared on top of the Great Rock Tribe. Luckily, the Emperor formations activated, preventing any catastrophe. However, the beast was now enraged. He was in the middle of an essential cultivation advancement when someone disturbed him, wasting a lot of time. So, he wanted to destroy everything in its sight. In the human resistance base, Wang Wei opened his eyes, his complexion paled. He could sense that his main Buddhist soul was injured in the process. Nevertheless, he knew this was not the end. The Void Beast will not be the opponent of the three insurgents of the Eternal Tribes despite being the equivalent of a great emperor. However, Wang Wei chose one with great defense so it could last longer against these three. He also calculated that the other two tribes would not immediately come to rescue the Great Rock Tribe. They would take this opportunity to weaken them and remove their status as the most powerful tribe in this world. Wang Wei looked at the Emperor artifacts next to him. He asked for 7 for this plan but only used 2. So, he did not hesitate to pocket the other 5 as payment for his services. As for the other 2, they turned into powder after being sacrificed to boost his fate ability. Sir Chu Mo, are you alright? Asked the colored Taoist once he exited the room. There is no time to waste. Remember the plan? Yes. When the other 3 come to the Great Rock's aid, we will take this opportunity to attack and destroy even more Emperor tribes. Good. Now, I have something else to do. Wang Wei's projection teleported to the Great Rock Tribe's main habitat, a towering tree with different caves dug in for people to live. The higher a person lived on the tree, the higher their social status. Before the start of his plan, he stuck one of his spirit particles on one of the tribe's members so his projection could secretly infiltrate. Once he arrived, he began to divine something and even activated his luck, ignoring all the rocks flying around with scared expressions. If my calculations are correct, they should be the ones who have it. He knew he did not have long, so he had to be fast. Soon, he found what he was searching for. It was an entrance to a secret realm. He waved his hand, and a space ring appeared in his hand. It was Great Rock's Patriarch space ring. With his subtle manipulation of space and the fact the latter was distracted activating the tribe's formation, this was easier than expected. He took out the Patriarch's token from the space ring but immediately frowned as it was connected to its owner and unusable by others. So, he looked in the direction of the Patriarch and copied the latter's fate. Although the Patriarch was a powerful quasi-emperor, he was nothing in front of Wang Wei. With control of the token, he could now access the secret realm he wanted. However, things did not appear to go smoothly. No one was inside as they most likely left to deal with the Void Beast. In such a dangerous situation, everyone's strength is helpful. What stopped him was an emperor formation specially designed to protect what was inside. Wang Wei did not waste time as he took out a talisman from Origin 1 and activated it. He controlled the attack to focus on a specific point of the formation to create a small gap. And from that small gap, he slipped in his array virus that has one of his spirit particles sealed inside. Then, through that particle, his projection bypassed the Emperor formation. However, Wang Wei knew he did not have much time since someone should have detected the fluctuation when he used the talisman. So, when he saw a cauldron with designs of demons inside, his eyes lit up. The demon race's luck-condensing treasure. He calculated that this treasure would be in the hands of one of the 3 eternal tribes. And considering the Great Rock was the first one, they most likely had it, and he was correct. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous desire to swallow the cauldron, and he knew the desire came from the human destiny sword in his hand. After appeasing the sword, he took action. Wang Wei did not immediately take the cauldron as he knew it was semi-sentient and would not allow anyone besides the demon race to touch it. So, he sealed the cauldron before immediately sending it to his main body. Then, he dispersed the projection and even destroyed his spirit particles to remove all his traces. Back in the deceiving trial, Wang Wei's main body called Ancestor Wuxia and tasked him to use the human destiny sword to separate the absorb the demon race's luck back in the sect. A portion goes to the sword, while the rest goes to the sect. Back in the Resistance's base, he condensed another projection and waited as he observed the battle with the Void Beast. A few hours later, the colored Taoists returned with a smile. Then, they also watched the fight. The other 2 tribes finally interfered after the Great Rock suffered a significant casualty. Then, after working together, they injured the Void Beast, forcing it to run away. Regrettably, these tribes did not have a long time to celebrate their plans as a golden dragon suddenly appeared that surrounded the entire demon supremacy world. The dragon, with the character for demon on its back, roared in agony in the heavens before dispersing into countless motes of lights. Following this, all demons, no matter their status, felt overwhelming grief as if something had been stripped from them. The pain was as unbearable as their mother passing away. The human destiny sword is way more important than people realized. I cannot believe they just let something like that in Sun Jialong's hand. Wang Wei knew without the sword, he could not absorb all of the cauldron's luck. The best he could do was to slowly weaken the demon race's luck through time. Nevertheless, he felt it was too reckless to leave something with such a potentially catastrophic effect in the hands of someone like Sun Jialong. When I become emperor, I must find a better place to hide this thing. Otherwise, if someone used the same tactic I did, the humans in the myriad emperor world would suffer. Sir, did you do this? Yes, replied Wang Wei calmly. If you want humans to have a chance in this world, the best way to do so is to remove the demon race's status as this world's protagonists. Now that their chi luck is no longer condensed, many problems will occur, and their status as protagonists will slowly disappear. Now, you have to take the opportunity to rise. From the bottom of our hearts, you have the heartfelt thanks of the human race, said all four-color Taoists, even bowing deeply to him. I accept your gratitude. Now, follow me, we still have a few finishing touches. Wang Wei brought them to the room with the two formations. He pointed to the one on the right. This formation will gather all the grievances, pain, suffering, and hatred of humans since the supremacy era to condense a powerful weapon that is highly effective against demons. I call it the demon slaughtering sword. I believe when it's born, it would probably be on par with an innate treasure of the highest rate, if not more powerful. It will be your greatest reliance in this upcoming fight. He then pointed to the right. This formation will condense the human's luck, ensuring your prosperity. Furthermore, I've cast a luck spell with the formation to create a racial son of destiny. They should be an extremely talented individual born to lead humans to prosperity in this world. I've ensured they will be born in this generation, but you don't have much time to train him before the heaven will. Nevertheless, as long as that person can prove the Tao, the humans of this world will be set. That person has a high chance of winning with the demon slaughter sword, the destiny sword, and how the demon race is currently in shambles. We cannot thank you enough, said Greenheart. No need for thanks. Tell that person they owe me a favor, and I will come to collect the debt in the future. Sir, with all you've done for us, we will go through hell and high for you. Wang Wei nodded. Finally, the last point you have to consider is the lower realm. The four immediately began to listen. The Alliance has essentially conquered the majority of the lower realm, with countless worlds under their control. Although it looked like they were in danger now, give them enough time, and they could replenish their low-level demon population and even recondense their race's luck dragon. Not to mention the large human population in these worlds. So, what should we do? The same tactics we used to deal with the low-level demons, spread chaos amongst them. Now, you can do it yourself or pay me to do it for you. What's it going to be? These Taoists' lips almost twitch. A few seconds ago, they were all emotional and thankful. But now, they were back to doing business. Sir, we will pay, said Greenheart, knowing this was the best option. Wang Wei nodded before talking about his payment from their 20% of the agreement. Then, he went back to the room. The main body acquired a drop of a soul tear, an emperor-level resource of the sect. So, his injuries were healed in just a few hours with enough medical remedies stored in his body. So, he used his soul network to access all the worlds in the demon supremacy world community. Usually, he could not see all of them since they were not from his community. But, the demon race's chi luck he recently stole connected to many worlds in the lower realm. So, he could divine their position and gain access to them through his soul network. So, he began to instill the demonic bloodline improvement arts in the minds of all the low-level demons across many small, middle, and great thousand worlds. The process was exhausting, but he finished in 4 days. Finally, Wang Wei ended his projection and opened his eyes to the deceiving trial. He stretched his body out before walking out of his room, where Wang Wucheng waited for him. "Kid, I don't know what to say." He honestly did not know how to describe the past month's events. Chapter 545 The First Test. Body. Wang Wucheng thought of all the Emperor artifacts the kids sent back to the sect. Although many of them were pseudo-Emperor artifacts, the materials were still valuable, not to mention the immortal powerhouse's bodies, resources, and luck. He once decided to test the kids' ability to gather resources, but he never thought it would reach this level. In just over a month, he destabilized an entire heavenward world and almost brought a mighty race to its knees. It's not as big of a deal as you make it. Most of this plan's success is because of the situation of the demon supremacy world, Wang Wei replied with a smile. How many people do you think can analyze the entire situation of a world in a few days, infer information from their billion years of history, then come up with a way to destroy them from the very core of their civilization? I know I can't do such a thing. Alright, I won't be humble anymore. I know I'm awesome, said Wang Yi with a smug look. Awesome? You mean a profiteer? After I killed Yi Tweezy, my vendetta was finished. So, everything I had to do after that had to be properly compensated. Plus, I've even gone easy on them. Easy? What else could you have done? I was going to use a scare tactic to sell them a few Dao ancestors' puppets made by Miscellaneous One at an absorbent price. But I felt bad for them, so I stopped. Wang Wucheng became speechless. He genuinely did not know what to say. You would have been a great merchant. Wang Wei smiled. In his past life, he was a businessman, so he knew when to take an opportunity or how to satisfy a client. Did the sect send the chaos treasures for all my incarnations? Regrettably, that is not possible. What's the issue? Wang Wei asked. Although we have the resources, they cannot all be used on you. So, we decided to give you enough chaos materials for 3 incarnations. As for the rest, we will give you Emperor materials on par the best chaos treasure we have. Wang Wei frowned as he pondered. After a quick analysis, he realized this decision made sense. Chaos materials were scarce, unlike Emperor materials that can be cultivated with the presence of a great Emperor. He even suspected that Miscellaneous One could use many of the pseudo-Emperor artifacts he brought back to combine and cultivate true Emperor artifacts. So, they accepted the decision. That's fine. What about the luck? What's the plan? We decided to slowly inject it into our sect's chi luck to prevent detection. However, the final decision is in your hands, said Wang Wucheng. It's a good idea. Although I've eliminated my tracks in the demon supremacy world, it's good to be cautious. Where is my sword? Wang Wucheng waved his hand, and the human destiny sword appeared in his hand and handed it over. Many people did not want to return it to you. Since they've witnessed the sword's importance, it's understandable, Wang Wei replied calmly. Anyway, we have placed many seals on it in case it lands on the wrong hand. Wang Wei was okay with that. He took the sword and felt it was more powerful than before. So, he nodded in satisfaction before placing it away in his sea of consciousness, using its luck to help him comprehend the laws when necessary. Finally, he waited for the day of the trial's beginning. Luckily, no one challenged him after his battle, but he received a recording of the other seated players' battle. Besides Su Shi, no one lost their seated position. On the scheduled day, he flew to the center of this city, where everyone waited in front of a silver pagoda. He saw a place for all the seated players, so he flew to his position. Not long after he arrived, Lord Spirit showed up. Since everyone is here, let's not waste time, said Lord Spirit in his strange voice. The first criterion we will judge is your fleshly body. There are different levels, and you will receive both points and a reward with each level you pass. And the top 3 candidates will receive a special reward left over by the world. These heaven-chosen quickly analyzed the rule and understood that Gu Xian wanted to sow some positive karma with them. Nevertheless, they also wondered if this man had anything worthy of their status besides his inheritance. At their level, only high-level or rare resources are valued by them. Now, you can begin, said Lord Spirit. So, everybody entered with the seated player going first based on their ranks. After entering, Wang Wei quickly noticed that a mysterious force had sealed all his powers except his fleshly body. The characters for Level 1 floated in the air with a countdown from 30. Furthermore, he was alone. Wang Wei quickly adjusted his state until the countdown finished. Then, a blue flame enveloped the room, burning everything, except for him, for a few minutes. Then, he received notification that he had passed the first level. Interesting. Gu Xian's requirement for the first level is to have a fleshly body comparable to a true monarch. That's pretty high. Not everyone follows the body refinement path or actively tempers their bodies, so having such a high requirement was a little surprising. Then, Wang Wei sensed a strange energy entering his body. He intercepted and analyzed it. This power can help me open my acupoints? And it seems to be on par with the star essence, if not better. He could feel this power was versatile and of high quality, so it would benefit him greatly. So, after checking over and divining possible danger, he absorbed it. Too little, he muttered before proceeding to the second level. He did not change location. Instead, after another countdown, another flame appeared again, this time with the strength of a quasi-emperor. On the third level, he had to withstand gravity capable of squashing a normal quasi-emperor. On the fourth level, the trial asked him to lift a heavy object, and on the fifth level, a spike pierced his hand before healing less than a second afterward. Wang Wei quickly analyzed that this level tested his defense, stamina, physical strength, and regeneration. And only once they reached the quasi-emperor grade would he pass the level. Before entering the sixth level, Wang Wei gathered all the mysterious power granted from the previous level and easily condensed a black hole with them. So, his eyes lit up as he proceeded to the next level. The sixth level combined all the previous ones. He had to carry something heavy while flame tried to burn him and resisted an immense gravity. Furthermore, once in a while, a spike would appear out of nowhere, ignore his defense, and pierce his skin, forcing him to heal. Nevertheless, this trial was not a problem for him. Wang Wei rose in levels and persevered despite the intensity of each level increasing. By the 123rd level, he had gathered enough power to finally condense supermassive black holes in all his primary 1962 acupoints. Then, he finally entered the third stage of the true power Dao realm, the primordial dragon realm. He had precisely one primordial dragon force. However, Wang Wei slightly frowned when he learned what one primordial dragon force meant. It signified he could destroy 1% of a great thousand world with one attack. I should be able to destroy a great thousand world, right? He thought. However, after analyzing the situation, he understood where this distorted perception came from. With his strength, he could walk sideways in a great thousand world. He could single-handed kill all the infinite people in a great thousand world since the highest power of that world is the supreme realm. However, technically speaking, the highest peak of a great thousand world was not the supreme world but the one root Dao ancestor level. So, only this level of strength is enough to destroy a great thousand world. And unfortunately, his fleshly body does not have that level of power. Even if he used all his other strengths, he could not reach the level of destroying a great thousand world, let alone doing it simply with his fleshly body. Only once all the clones reached their peak, and he combined their fleshly body strength, could he achieve such a feat. So, the third layer is a large leap, the thought before continuing his rise. On the 261st level, Wang Wei had opened an additional 50,000 acupoints without condensing black holes. But he only had the power of 3 primordial dragon force. Furthermore, he also reached his limit. So, he borrowed the strength of his incarnations to keep climbing. The process was not easy since the borrowed strength was temporary, and he needed a break in between to do it again. Nevertheless, with this method, he reached the 522nd level and opened a total of 120,000 acupoints. With 10 primordial dragon force, he finally reached his absolute limit. Finally, he checked the ranking list. Chu Luo came first after reaching the 1000th and final level. He was in second place while Su Shi, Mu Lei, Star Beast World, and Yi Dafu, Monkey Seated Player, fought for the third spot on the 100th level. As he looked at the number 1 place, he squinted his eyes. If he could use his law for even a brief moment, he had a way to reach the top as well. Nevertheless, even if he could, he would not use that method since it was his trump card against Chu Luo. There are many other categories. There is still time to catch up and surpass him. His result in this trial granted him 1044 points, while Chu Luo had 2,500 points. The second-seeded token was worth 40,000 points, but the number 1 gave 100,000 points. So, as long as he does better than his opponent in the upcoming trials, he will still be the final winner. If all fails, he will just take the first token for himself. Chapter 546. The second test. Sol Su Shi was in a separate room for her test. She had now reached the 98th level, taking the third spot. However, she knew it would not be long before her other 2 competitors caught up and surpassed her. She then focused on the first 2 positions and squinted her eyes. She did not say anything but concentrated on her reward for this trial. With this power, I should be able to begin building the immortal aperture. The primordial chaos art and the primordial chaos physique are perfect for each other. Her husband thought of absorbing the other physiques in the first place because of a secret page left in the scripture that people with absolute chaos physique could only access. The primordial chaos art is an excellent body refining technique divided into 4 layers: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. In each layer, the cultivator will create something called apertures inside their bodies, which is an energy organ or hidden treasure of the body like meridians, acupoints, or orifices. As such, in the first layer, they would create the yellow aperture, then the profound aperture for the second, and subsequently for the other layers. Each apertures will temper the cultivator's body to an extreme height, and based on the cultivator's willpower, the tempering is different for everybody. Spiritual chi and other resources are required to cultivate any aperture. Still, it's best to use the chaos aura released from an owner of the absolute chaos physique as the foundation of the aperture. For most cultivators, the primordial chaos art only had 4 layers. However, there is a hidden 5th layer for the primordial chaos physique. The physique owner can use the natural chaos chi created by their bodies to condense an immortal aperture. According to the scripture, this technique can allow someone to break the boundary between mortal and immortal and reach the battle strength of 1 to 3 leaf immortal venerable. Su Shi reviewed the information about this art one last time before beginning. She lamented that if this technique's 5th layer were not restricted to only people with the primordial chaos physique, it would be an even better body refining technique than the ancient desolate body refining scripture. She concentrated on the power inside her body to begin building the immortal aperture. She could sense 4 small spaces inside her body similar to her divine sea, and each space contained a black gold rune. The lowest one was not that complicated, but the heaven aperture was as intricate as the best quasi-emperor formation. Su Shi knew this was another difficulty in cultivating this technique. It is impossible to do so without some talent for divine runes. Using the unknown power of the trial, she opened the 5th treasured space, as they were called. Her body shook slightly as the power generated by opening that space traveled throughout her body, destroying everything in its path. Then, the destruction healed and increased her fleshly body's strength in the process. Immediately afterward, she used the remaining energy and the chaos chi that her physique condensed to build the immortal aperture, constructing thousands of interconnected divine runes. Regrettably, she only had the resources to make 1/10 of it. The incomplete immortal aperture trembled as it released a power that began to temper her body and elevate it to a higher level. The pain was unbearable to 99% of cultivators, but it was nothing to her as she did not even grunt. To Su Shi, there was no greater excruciating pain than losing the love of her life. After an unknown amount of time, the process ended. So, Su Shi clenched her hands to feel the power coursing through her veins. She felt her strength, endurance, regeneration, and defense greatly enhanced. She believed that once she finished creating the immortal aperture, she would have the strength of a 3-leaf immortal. By then, I will also be able to survive the attack of a 1-leaf immortal. Better yet, I can easily defeat one, she thought, reminiscing about that previous shocking battle. She stood up, feeling better than before. I cannot believe this technique is an incomplete one. She knew from her inherited memories that the creator mentioned higher layers such as Tao aperture, Chaos aperture, and Primordial aperture. She could not fathom how powerful someone would be after creating these apertures or the resources needed for them. It does not matter. After I prove the Tao, I can search for the remaining of this scripture. And, before anyone asks, no, Wang Wei will not get his hands on this scripture. He cannot have all the good things. Su Shi then proceeded to the next level. She reached the 145th level with her newfound strength, taking the third spot. As for Yi Dafu, he came in fourth in the 110th level, and Mu Lei came fifth in the 105th level. In his trial, Wang Wei finally received the notification that the competition had ended, and as the second place holder, he had a special prize. Then, a book appeared in front of him. 12 Zodiac Powers. He flipped through the book, and his eyes lit up slightly. The book was a battle technique that used his acupoints to recreate the 12 Chinese zodiacs and allowed a cultivator to display many powerful and weird abilities. This is the perfect technique to allow me to display the power of my fleshly body to its full extent. He was satisfied with this reward. Suddenly, he heard Lord Spirit's voice inside the pagoda. The minimum required points for a seated player to challenge another is 500 points. Unfortunately, only the second-seeded player acquired enough points. So, we will immediately begin the second round of the trial. Every participant can have 2 points for each level they reach, and the first-seeded player had an extra 500 points. Since no one other than these two reached the 250th level, the competition continued. The environment changed, and Wang Wei found a massive pillar of jade divided into 5 before him. He received the instruction to instill his spiritual power into the pillar, so he did so after checking things. The first section that indicated a standard quality of soul lit up. A few seconds later, the remaining 4 sections show the classification of a soul's quality: bronze, silver, gold, and jade. Wang Wei easily lit up all 5 sections before waiting. A few minutes later, a new list appeared in front of him. Wang Wei, Peak Jade Quality, Unknown Soul Mutation, 2,000 points. Chu Luo, Peak Jade Quality, Samsara Mutation, 1,500 points. Liang Shixian, Peak Jade Quality, Incense Mutation, 1,440 points. Ji Lanfang, Advanced Jade Quality, Sword Mutation, 1,200 points. Jingwu Hua, Medium Jade Quality, Yang Mutation, 1,100 points. Shi Qian, Peak Jade Quality, 1,000 points. Tong Ruobing, Peak Jade Quality, 1,000 points. Fengheng, Peak Jade Quality, 1,000 points. Su Shi, Low Jade Quality, Chaos Mutation, 990 points. Yidafu, Peak Golden Quality, The Eye Mutation, 950 points. Mu Lei, Peak Golden Quality, Star Mutation, 900 points. Kutalin, Advanced Golden Quality, Golden Light Mutation, 890 points. Taoyui, Advanced Golden Quality, Golden Light Mutation, 850 points. Everyone reacted to this list differently. Chu Luo frowned at the fact he was not first but did not focus too much on the result since he still held the overall number 1 position. Nevertheless, he wondered why this trial could not identify Wang Wei's mutation. Liang Shixian was genuinely surprised as he thought he would shine in this part of the trial since he was an expert on the soul. Li Lanfang did not care about the final outcome. He was just looking forward to fighting some powerful people to prevent his sword from being dulled. Nevertheless, as a pure swordsman, his result in the first trial was abysmal as he only reached the 12th level. So, he was glad he had enough points to challenge some seeded players. Jingwu Hua could not control her anger. She thought after using the method her father left for her, she was guaranteed to eclipse all her peers and prove the Tao in her second attempt. However, everything so far has hinted that she had awakened in the wrong generation. Shi Qian was frustrated. As an immortal child, she was born with a powerful soul. And as a light race, as long as she commits acts of kindness that generate positive karma, she can purify her soul. She thought she had reached the limit on that process, but this trial gave her a wake-up call. Tong Ruobing acted calmly after receiving the news. She now thought of how to mutate her soul like the others, and she already had a feasible plan. This Wang Wei is like a gift that keeps on giving, she thought with a smile. Fengheng also did not care. He hid the mutation of his soul to prevent others from discovering his Buddhist nature. Su Shi frowned as she figured out the reason she did not have a higher quality soul. She did not inherit everything from Lin Fan since she did not cultivate all the laws he did. For example, he understood soul law, but she did not. So, she decided to find a way to raise the quality of her soul. Yi Dafu and Mu Lei were not surprised by this outcome. They both focused more on their bodies than their souls. Nevertheless, they still decided to make up for this shortcoming once they returned home. Wang Wei watched the results while analyzing the list. He instantly could tell that Feng Heng should be higher on that list. However, he focused on something else that caught his attention, the soul mutation of the barbarian siblings. He found it odd to be golden light when it should be related to the ancient spirit they contracted. So, he decided to watch out if this anomaly was important or not. We will begin the second part of the soul trial, quantity. The Lord Spirit communicated to all the participants in the pagoda. Then, the pillar in front of them changed, removing the sections. The participants then began to instill their spiritual power without stopping. While doing so, the participants can see the lived ranking of the others, fueling their competition. Half an hour later, the third spot and below had a result, but Wang Wei and Chu Luo were still fiercely competing for the first spot. After an hour, Wang Wei had reached his limit, and he could tell he would lose in the quantity department, but he did not want to. So, he slightly removed the seal in his primordial spirit and accessed some spiritual power from his past life to compete with Chu Luo. Then, after another hour, the Spirit Lord suddenly decided to give both of them the first spot and award them 1,000 points each. The third spot did not change as the divine race, Liang Shixian, took it, but not by much. The fourth spot went to Jianghu Hua, who tied for the same points as Shiqian. Finally, the group left the pagoda, and everyone became tense. Chapter 547 Wang Wei vs. Yi Dafu. Lord Spirit appeared in front of everyone before distributing tokens to each participant. And as long as they inject their divine sense inside, they can see the number of points they have. The next trial will take place a week from now, and we will also do 2 at the same time, and maybe more. The next test will involve energy control and comprehension, so be prepared. After finishing his announcement, Lord Spirit looked at Wang Wei. You had a request for your first place reward? Yes, I want to exchange it with the energy from the first trial. Lord Spirit paused for a moment as if pondering or communicating with something. Your request is accepted. She waved her hand, and a blue crystal flew from the pagoda. Meanwhile, Wang Wei took out a book from his space ring, handing it over. Finally, Lord Spirit gave him a deep look before leaving. Immediately, the situation became tense as all these heaven chosen stared at each other. Finally, Yi Dafu walked toward Wang Wei. This monkey king would like to challenge you. Little monkey, don't waste your points. I'm out of your league, said Wang Wei. This handsome monkey thought he was the most arrogant person in the endless void. But today, I finally found someone more arrogant than me, Yi Dafu replied with a sneer. Alright, give the 500 points battle challenge. The monkey demon took out his token and exchanged 500 points before flying into the sky, and Wang Wei followed him. All the other participants calmly watched from a distance. While holding his red hole, Yi Dafu's dark gold armor shone brightly as the sun reflected on it. As he looked at his opponent, his usually frivolous and arrogant look was gone, replaced by a calm demeanor with intense battle intent emanating from his body. Then, his eyes changed. The left was silver, the right was gold, and a third purple eye was on his forehead. As Wang Wei watched his opponent, he could see the left eye was brighter than the rest. The three-eyes monkey is an innate demon born with 3 special eyes, heaven, earth, and human eyes. It is said that the heaven eye can see through the truth of the universe, including all laws and causality. In terms of power, it might even outclass the yin-yang eyes, he said softly. So, let's see its power. Wang Wei decided to use this opportunity to learn and test out the power of his 12 zodiac powers, so he used the first and easy ones, the ox and rabbit zodiac. He controlled his acupoints to light up in the form of a very intricate ox design. Immediately afterward, he felt his strength double, which surprised him since few techniques worked for him regarding boosting his fleshly body with pure physical force. Then, since he had enough acupoints, he also created the rabbit zodiac, boosting his speed beyond his usual norm. He then rushed toward the monkey to punch. Yidafu squinted his eyes with a great shock. With his heavenly eye, he could see the opponent's acupoints, the increase in strength and speed, the opponent's fly trajectory, and everything else. He could also see his opponent had held back on the power of that punch. He did not defend but went on the offensive instead. He raised his pole and struck the punch. Boom! Yidafu flew back a few dozen meters by that punch's force. Meanwhile, Wang Wei frowned as he felt that his acupoints had become chaotic, and the zodiac's technique abruptly ended. His eyes lit up as he realized what had occurred. His opponent targeted the weak spot of the technique, forcibly ending it. And since this was the first time he used this technique, he knew he had numerous flaws in the application. So, he instantly modified the flaw the opponent targeted before going on the offensive again. Boom! 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 The clash of these two generated shockwaves that disturbed the clouds. However, Yidafu was not happy. It did not take long for him to realize his opponent's tactic, using his heavenly eye to cultivate this new technique. He further activated his bloodline to bode his fleshly body, which was inconsequential to his opponent. So, the Monkey King changed tactics. He distances himself from his opponent before activating his second innate bloodline. Heavenly disaster, meteor punishment. As he waved his staff downward, millions of asteroids bigger than stars appeared in the sky. I, your father, will make you taste the ultimate punishment. Wang Wei calmly looked at this apocalypse scene with calmness. Instead, he took a brief time before this attack descended to comprehend the sheep zodiac power that granted him dominance over the elements. It allows him to convert all his pure physical force into elemental power. For example, he can exchange his 10 primordial dragon force of power for 10 primordial dragon force of elemental destruction. To be more specific, he can use any elements he is knowledgeable of to destroy 10% of a great thousand world instantly. The benefit of this technique is that elements naturally have more destructive ability than pure force. After all, a fire will do more damage than any punch. So, as long as he can train the sheep zodiac to a higher level, he might be able to do 11 or more primordial dragon force damage with only 10. All these thoughts flashed across his mind in a period that can only be described as brief. Then, he blew to the sky, instantly freezing all the meteors before they broke into pieces. As the large ice debris fell on the city, a formation appeared to protect them from creating even more destruction. Meanwhile, Yidafu knew he had encountered a formidable opponent. Usually, he easily bullied most of his opponents from the other races with his powerful body. As for the demon race in his world, 99% of them cannot even raise the resistance to fight him after he releases the noble aura from his bloodline. Only a few people can make him serious, and no one has yet to force him to go all out. But now was the right time. Earthly Eye, population. The Monkey King's right shone as he activated its ability. Then, numerous monkey clones suddenly appeared, all with the same aura. Wang Wei's lips twitched after seeing this. He did not care that there were 250,000 clones, all with the same battle strength as the main body. He only found the specific technique absurd coming from a monkey demon. Are you sure you're not related to Sun Wukong? He asked. Who's that? Asked one of the Yidafu. The great saint equal to heaven. The great saint equal to heaven? What a domineer name. I like it, we should use it, said one of the clones. Better yet, let's call ourselves the Great Emperor above heaven, that should be our emperor title. Agree. Agree. Soon, they all agree on their future emperor title, leaving Wang Wei speechless. Alright, let's focus on this battle, said one of them. Then, they rushed together toward their opponent to gang up on him. Wang Wei smiled with an odd smile. Then, he activated the rat zodiac, which created thousands of clones of himself, to be precise, 1962 clones, one for each of his primary acupoints. The clones only had 50% of his power since he did not fully master this technique, but it was still more than enough. Or so he thought. The monkey clones devastated his clones. It was apparent that Yidafu had strength beyond 50% of his. In the end, he had to finish things on his own. He rushed to a specific monkey and instantly slapped it to death before frowning. He thought he could end this technique if he found the original Yidafu. But, he discovered this ability worked similarly to Su Ya's clones. As long as one of the monkeys remained alive, Yidafu would not die. So, he went for an attack with a wide area of destruction. A multicolored flame came from his body to burn everything within 100,000 miles radius. And to his surprise, his attack did not destroy as many clones as he expected, as only 30,000 disappeared. And that's because Yidafu used his disaster monkey bloodline to protect him from heavenly fire disasters, and since the chaos flame is a heavenly flame, he acquired some immunities. Disaster bloodline, Earth Dragon moving all the remaining monkeys used the same technique, which forced the whole city to shake like an earthquake of incalculable magnitude. Furthermore, Wang Wei could feel the terrifying vibration of this quake directed toward him. Boom! The place he stood exploded. But, to no one's surprise, he was intact. And it was not because of his natural defense but because he used the pig zodiac that allowed him to absorb, store, and redirects his opponent's attacks. This zodiac had the same effect as his grandfather's overlord body once completed to the highest level. Wang Wei stopped cultivating that technique and focused on the desolate scripture, but now, he could have the same ability. Additionally, his grandfather might found the pig zodiac's cultivation method useful to him and learn from it. Wang Wei looked at Yidafu's clone, and he knew the latter's plan for the last attack, to buy enough time to recuperate the previously destroyed clones. Meanwhile, the Monkey King looked at how calmly his opponent dealt with some of his most potent attacks, so he decided to use his most powerful one. Human Eye, Human, Earth, and Heaven as one, the third eye on his forehead activated. Then, all his clones fused with him. And the more fused with him, the higher his aura becomes. Once he finished, Yidafu felt an unprecedented power rushing through his veins. Nevertheless, he knew this was not enough, far from it. So, he activated his most powerful ability. Disaster Bloodline, Immortal Tribulation. The clouds turned dark in an instant as dark red thunder constantly flashed. However, Yidafu was not finished. A magical treasure in the shape of a lightning bolt came out of his body before fusing it with the clouds. And once he did that, the participants squinted their eyes as they felt the power emanating from those clouds. Chapter 548 That One Sword, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Dao's true self for the gift, everyone could feel this thunder had approached the level of one leaf immortal. Then, everybody began to wonder when it was so simple to reach the power level of immortals. Wang Wei watched the red lightning in the clouds. He could sense that the attack barely reached the level of one leaf immortal. 3 incarnations could deal with this level of attack with relative ease. And now that he had the power of 4 incarnations, this was no longer a problem for him. However, he had another idea. He wanted to use this opportunity to temper his body. So, when the thunder fell from the clouds, he only used the strength of his main body to withstand the attack. Of course, he could not tank such a powerful attack alone, so he had to be wise in the process. He used the pig zodiac to store some of the immortal lightning strength while also sealing some of them using the same seal Wuhong left for the divine punishment thunder. Then, he would release these stored strengths slowly to destroy his body and rebuild it, thus achieving the purpose of tempering. He also used the power of good fortune ancestor Wuching left in his divine punishment thunder to help refine his body. So, the participants watched as the lightning constantly destroyed Wang Wei's body before regenerating. Yidafu immediately knew what his opponent was doing. One of the favorite things he enjoyed doing back home was fighting against powerful lightning or fire cultivators. He usually humiliated these cultivators by using their strength to temper his body, but today, the same thing occurred to him. As he watched his opponent's action, he realized he had misunderstood something. He thought the latter only survived the previous immortal tier attack because of a secret technique with drawbacks and a long cooling time. But now, he realized his opponent's strength was already touching the immortal realm. He wanted to stop his technique but soon found a cage made of gray string surrounding him, immobilizing and preventing his action. After using his Proving Dao artifact to stop Yidafu, Wang Wei continued his tempering for another half-hour. Then, the clouds dispersed, and he healed himself one last time. 15 primordial dragon force, not bad, he thought to himself before looking at the Monkey King, who looked different. His shining yellow hair was not dull gray as if it lacked luster. He was now extremely thin, as if he was dehydrated and had not drunk water in a few decades. The lightning bolt magic treasure flew before Yidafu, and he sighed when he saw how weak it also appeared. This was the first time he saw his bloodline Dao treasure in such a terrible shape. This treasure has been with him since he was a fetus, and he spent hundreds of thousands of years nourishing it with his bloodline and cultivation. After placing it away, Yidafu sighed loudly, "I've lost." Wang Wei nodded before looking at the other people, his eyes asking them if anyone else would like to challenge him. No one answered, but Ji Lanfang suddenly appeared in the sky while holding his gourd. He took a sip before asking Yidafu, "Monkey, how long before you can return to your peak?" "I can fight in a few hours." "I'm not asking when you can fight. I want to know when you can return to your peak." Yidafu did answer. In his current situation, he will need plenty of immortal tier resources to return to his peak as soon as possible. And currently, he is considering whether to withdraw from the trial since he only came here for the insurgent technique, but it appeared things were not in his favor. Suddenly, Lord Spirit appeared next to these two with a talisman in his hand. "I have a solution to your problems. Deceiving Body Talisman. With it, you deceive your body that you're in peak shape, thus momentarily returning to that state." Yidafu pondered for a moment before accepting the offer. After crushing the talisman, his body did return to its peak. He felt he could use the same level of attack that had placed him in such a terrible shape before. "To ensure no trouble, let's decide victory with one attack," said Ji Lanfang, who pulled out the sword on his waist. "Fine by me," said the Monkey King. He used the same technique except that the red lightning appeared on the tip of his staff. Ji Lanfang took one last sip of his gourd before concentrating on the fight. A supreme sword will emanated from his body as his entire demeanor changed. He was no longer the drunkard but an unrivaled swordsman who sought a worthy challenger. The two gazed intently at each other while their aura became tangible as they clashed. Then, they attacked at the same time. Swish! Yidafu's red lightning was midway through its travel as it stopped. Then, a look of horror displayed on the monkey's face, wondering what had just happened. Then, his head suddenly left his neck as it flew in the air. While upside down, he could see the swordsman had returned to his lazy and vulgar demeanor. "Only one serious slash. I guess it's better than the weaklings in my world," Ji Lanfang said as he continued drinking. Then, he squinted his eyes. A cocoon that resembled rock surrounded Yidafu's body. His flying head disappeared, and not long afterward, he broke out of the cocoon with a new head and a look of fear. If his disaster bloodline did not have a technique to avoid disaster and saved him at the last minute, he would have died, his soul disappeared, and Dao vanished. Yidafu did not say anything but handed his third-place token to his opponent. Then, he contacted his ancestor. He had used both his bloodline's secret techniques, and he sensed that the backlash could kill him once the deceiving talisman's effect ended. So, he needed to return home as soon as possible to use the tribe's resources to heal without affecting his Dao foundation. As such, a monkey dressed in a blue robe appeared next to him before disappearing. "So, what do I do with the fourth-seeded token?" asked Ji Lanfang. "The other seeded players will go up one rank, and the sixth position will go to." She looked around at all the participants before giving the spot to Jianghu Hua. Now, Mu Lei was fourth, and Shi Qian was fifth. Ji Lanfang did not care about this, so he focused on his other target, Wang Wei. "Do you need time to recuperate?" "No. In that case, I challenge you." According to the rules, he only had to accept one challenge a day from the seeded players. Nevertheless, he accepted the duel as he was interested in this swordsman. So, after receiving the 500 points fee, the two began. Ji Lanfang concentrated his sword will. Swish! He swung his sword exactly as he did to Yidafu. "Interesting," said Wang Wei as he caressed his throat. The Tao of speed? You abandon everything to swing your sword with unmatched speed. It's rare to find such a pure swordsman. Such a thick neck. I know one sword was not enough to defeat you. Let's try again. 1,000 sword cuts, swish. Wang Wei could see the sword moving in slow motion, but his body could not move in time. This was how fast it was. And in less than a nanosecond, the opponent slashed his throat 1,000 times at speed, millions of times light speed. Ji Lanfang frowned when he saw he barely left a white mark on his opponent's throat. Then, he became excited. 10,000 sword cuts. For this attack, he increased not only his speed but the number of attacks. But to his surprise, his opponent evaded the attack. Ji Lanfang rapidly analyzed the situation. The power of time. He could see his opponent delay the arrival time of his attack, so he had enough time to evade. Try this sword. Swish. A small red line appeared on Wang Wei's neck that healed a few seconds afterward. A sword so fast it could cut time, cut concept, he muttered. I've never felt so disgusted fighting a body refiner, commented Ji Langfan. Any normal body refiners would have been dead long ago. But now, even if he could cut his opponent, the latter's defense was simply outrageous. Alright, I'll use my most powerful technique. Infinite speed, swish. Unfortunately, Ji Lanfan stopped midway through his swing. His eyes were momentarily confused before he regained clarity. I've lost. Wang Wei smiled. Although his body could not move, his mind and soul were fast enough to see the latter's movement and speed. So, he just placed the swordsman into an illusion before he could even swing his sword and lose. Is that illusion real? Yes. Who is that person? That's my father. I did not expect there was another pure and powerful swordsman as myself in the endless void. Can you give him my communication talisman? I would like to discuss the way of the sword with him. No problem. After giving the talisman, Ji Lanfang flew away. He only came here to meet worthy challengers, and he met one. He hoped the others would also allow him to fight to his heart's content. Furthermore, it was a bonus to meet a possible fellow Taoist that was his equal on the way of the sword. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked forward to seeing a clash between these two extraordinary swordsmen. He wanted to know whether his father could cut Ji Lanfang's speed or would the latter be too fast for him to cut. He then looked at the participants, wondering whether there would be other fights. However, no one challenged the seated players. Wang Wei guessed many people wanted to further their strength through the trial's rewards or use the days off for some last-minute training. Nevertheless, he knew things would not remain peaceful for long. So, he flew to his residence as he had other things to do. In his battle with Yidafu, he acquired the latter's soul imprints to access the monkey's home world. Chapter 549 Force Control Skill. After entering his mansion, Wang Wei saw Li Jun had already entered and waited for him. What's the matter? I was wondering how I would be fair in those 2 exams. Wang Wei looked at him up and down. With the trial's reward, you should be able to reach the 100th level or more. As for the soul trial, let's see. He raised his hand to construct complex runes in the form of a tesseract. Inject your spiritual power. Li Jun followed his words. You have an advanced gold quality soul and a mutation towards slaughter. The result makes sense, especially the slaughter mutation, Li Jun said with a wry and slight desolate tone. For the past few thousand years, he had been trying to enter the D realm by making his soul into particles of slaughter aura, similar to Wang Tian's method. Unfortunately, even though he had the right idea, he encountered the limit of his talent and failed. Since no one could help him with this process, there was nothing else anyone could do. Otherwise, even if he succeeded in using help, he would not enter the D realm. Luckily, because of his many attempts, his soul has mutated and now has slaughter properties, making him powerful. Wang Wei sensed how his friend felt, so he patted him on the shoulder. There was nothing he could do in this situation. Come with me, he said as he led Li Jun to an empty room in the mansion. Then, he took out a few materials from his space rings to form a formation. Finally, he condensed a crystal with his soul to use as the formation's core. What's this? Asked Li Jun. This is soul purification formation. It will use my soul to release a special pressure that can purify the soul. If you can resist the inhuman pain, it is a quick way for your soul to reach the peak of jade quality. Li Jun's eyes lit up. Liling would love this formation. True, but she probably has a middle or even advanced jade soul quality. I guess it will still be enough. Let me contact her and see if she responds. He used a talisman to contact her back in the sect, and she responded. So, Li Jun explained the situation to her. No need. Why? I used the merit from the automatic cauldron to purify my soul to the limit, and I guess it's what you call jade quality. However, I am indeed interested in soul mutation. She pondered how to achieve a mutation through merit and which kind of mutation suited her. It's good that you don't need it. If you want, I can give you some merit to purify your soul. No need, replied Li Jun, it's a good method to temper my willpower. I might even use it to temper my soldiers. Then, the two lovebirds began to chat with each other. Wang Wei wanted to give them space, so he left before reminding Li Jun to let Tai Gang use it once he finished. They also planned to use it as one of the main secret realm trials of the sect. Wang Wei did not visit Yi Dafu or Ji Lanfang's world immediately because he had two things to do beforehand. Firstly, check the array virus to see if he discovered any new information. He checked the reaction and conversations of all the participants watching him fight but did not fight much significant use. However, while reviewing the recording, he felt he had overlooked something, so he checked it repeatedly but could not find what it was. Ultimately, he gave up, focusing on his second goal, to optimize his force control skill. Initially, he divided this technique into 5 layers: full control, master control, grandmaster control, pinnacle control, and heavenly Tao control. Previously, he believed that the pinnacle control was the limit any individual could reach, and he was correct. But now, he also understood the pinnacle control was too broad and had room for further division and optimization. So, he decided the best way to optimize this technique was to add more levels after Grandmaster, and he came up with a few levels: Mortal Pinnacle, Immortal Control, Tao Control, Emperor Control, and finally, Heavenly Tao Control. Wang Wei spent a few hours analyzing these levels but did not immediately create or cultivate them. He left the trial and teleported back home before using the transplanar transmission array to teleport to the spacetime incarnation's world. Afterward, he had the incarnation send him to a parallel timeline that was in the past so he could have enough time. He only spent a few months there, which was a few years with his future Buddha self. And in that short period, he cultivated his control over physical forces, energy, soul, and laws to the Tao control level, meaning he had the same control as a Tao ancestor. Wang Wei opened his eyes from his retreat. However, he sighed. Indeed, his control of everything has reached the same level as a Tao ancestor. Regrettably, he cannot use that level of control unless he uses the power of the incarnations. His main body can only use immortal control, which provides him with the battle strength of a one-leaf immortal venerable without borrowing power from the other incarnations. I guess I should be satisfied. Another reason for his increase in strength is he used the trial's reward to open a total of 255,000 acupoints and had the power of 20 primordial dragon force. And with his control, he can burst out double the strength, 40 primordial dragon force. I could probably refine an immortal tier pill, Wang Wei muttered as he decided to try after the upcoming trial. He then left the parallel timeline to return to the main one, which the spacetime incarnation used as his home. After chatting with the latter, he returned to the trial and directly used his soul network to travel to Yi Dafu's homeworld, the primordial demon world. Using a random soul as an anchor, he sent a projection. As soon as he arrived, he first discovered the weird energy or power between heaven and earth, a power fused with the spiritual chi of this world. As always, Wang Wei read his opponent's fate line when they were at their weakest, so he knew plenty of information about this world from the Monkey King. The primordial demon world is famous in the endless void because it was a grave for innate demons and primordial gods. So many of these extraordinary creatures have been killed here during the ancient war, their blood and soul have mixed with the core of this world. The spirit chi has mutated to contain certain blood factors from these creatures, thus making it easier for the inhabitants of this world to awaken a bloodline, even an innate one. Furthermore, there is plenty of fortunate encounter in the form of bloodline inheritance in this world. Because of the environment, the cultivation system of this world focused on body refining combined with bloodlines. After analyzing the situation, Wang Wei took action. He first searched the mind of someone nearby to learn of his whereabouts. The Black Cloud Heaven Realm, he muttered. This world was divided into 72 heavenly realms and 36 earthly territories, each as large as hundreds of domains from the myriad emperor world. Each realm and territory is controlled by a realm lord, an official position created by heavenly Tao, usually held by an immortal powerhouses. As long as these realm lords keep their territory safe and preserve the safety of the people, they can receive some merit at the end of the terms to speed up their cultivation. The law and order of this world are strict, so I should be more cautious, he thought before taking action. He activated his chi luck to search for a fortunate encounter. He wanted an emperor tier cultivation technique for this world. After finding what he wanted, he teleported deep into a mountain a few hundred kilometers away. He discovered a book left by a loose cultivator who died after stealing the book from a secret realm. Wang Wei then read the cultivation system of this world. The first realm is the body forging realm, where cultivators temper the body to the pinnacle until they develop blood chi, energy from their blood. The second realm is the body foundation, where they improve the blood chi to a certain quantity before fusing it into their bodies, further tempering it. Dao preparation realm, cultivators comprehended different intents to prepare for future comprehension of the law. Bloodline plays a significant role as they allow cultivators to understand unique intents. Metamorphosis realm, fuse the intent with the body, making it more powerful and awakening many different abilities based on the intent. Bloodlines also undergo the first awakening. Primordial soul realm, fuse the soul with the body, similar to the true spirit realm in the ancient cultivation system in the myriad emperor world. Dao peering realm, intent evolves into laws. In this stage, the cultivators cannot control the law but only borrow its power. Dao engraving realm, engrave the laws on the body to control it. Wang Wei frowned after reading this part, but he did not stop and continued reading. Dao embodiment realm, comprehend the laws until they evolved into Daos. In this stage, cultivators no longer have to adapt to the laws of other worlds before they can use their powers. Yi Dafu was at the peak of this realm. Primordial God realm / innate demon realm, cultivators will experience a pseudo-atavism in this stage. Whatever bloodline they have inside their bodies will activate to the fullest, granting them a powerful body that copies primordial gods and innate demons. If someone does not have a bloodline, they would be extremely weak in this stage. After reading the cultivation technique, Wang Wei had many thoughts as he reviewed the system in its entirety. Chapter 550 True Power Tao. Thanks to Gordon_4421 for the gift. Firstly, when it comes to lifespan, the overall lifespan is similar to the origin system, except powerful bloodline gave these cultivators an additional 10 to 30 million years of lifespan in the quasi-emperor realm, which was only the peak of the innate demon realm when their bloodline had been sublimated to the peak. The primordial demon cultivation system is more impressive than even both the origin and spiritual foundation system regarding battle prowess. However, they are too restricted by the environment. Without the special blood factor between heaven and earth and all the bloodline inheritances from ancient times, this system cannot be adequately cultivated to its full extent. Wang Wei can even predict in a few eras, once all the innate demons and primordial gods' bloodline inheritance have been discovered, this world will begin to go downhill in terms of overall strength. Even the unique bloodline factor in the environment won't last forever. By then, the cultivators will have to change their system or accept being the weakest of the primordial god realm individuals with no bloodline. He can even predict the vast difference between the primordial demon heaven world and the lower realm. The majority of cultivators there are probably the weakest versions since they have no bloodline or specific environment to grow. Another major downside to this system, especially for Wang Wei, is the Dao engraving realm. In most cultivation systems, there are 3 standard ways to control the law: soul, body, and energy. The origin system used the soul, the spiritual foundation system used energy, while the primordial demon system used the body. The problem with using the last one is that it prevents any cultivators from entering the true power Dao realm. Body refiners are classified into 3 categories. At the top are the people who enter the true power Tao realm by tempering their pure physical powers to a certain height. The second level is for the body refiners who understand the laws of powers. Through understanding the law, body refiners can increase their strength, stamina, defense, regeneration, etc. Increasing these stats separately can also boost their comprehension of power laws in a cycle of self-improvement. The second level of body refiners can be as strong as the first level. They follow the same philosophy of using strength to break myriad laws. That's the essence of the Tao of power. However, the body refiners in that level cannot enter the true power Tao realm and eventually open that gate. Nevertheless, considering that there might not be a single person in the lower dimension that has opened that gate, it is a much better choice for most body refiners, not to mention how difficult it is to walk the path of true power Tao. The first category's only advantage is that the heaven will grant them a significant increase in strength without taking away their qualification in the true power Tao realm. The boost is not enough to open the gate but enough to increase in layers in the true power Tao realm. Meanwhile, the second category can only comprehend the power Grand Tao source. The third level consisted of body refiners that use their bodies to control the laws. Whatever laws they comprehend will spread through every corner of their body, baptizing it over a long time. These body refiners also cannot enter the true Tao power. The Tao engraving realm made it impossible for the cultivators of this world to walk on the path of true power Tao. After analyzing everything, Wang Wei placed the technique away and focused on his goal of coming here. He did not here to cause trouble. He could not if he wanted to give the strict control of the realm lords and how powerful the primordial demon world was with 5 eternal emperors. His only purpose in coming here was to set up a faction that could help him gather rare cultivation resources and, more importantly, bloodline. He wanted to prepare for when he cultivates the Fiend God 12-body revolution. So, he traveled throughout the 72 heavenly realms and 32 earthly territories to secretly control Supreme Land factions and have them work together to do his bidding. He focused more on human factions since the human race was only a middle-level race in the entire world. They were strong enough to help but not powerful enough to be always on guard by other races. Nevertheless, Wang Wei also controlled a few spirit race factions, along with other races. He did not touch the demon race since they were the most powerful race in this world. Luckily, these demon races did not act like the ones from the demon supremacy world. After that, Wang Wei headed to Ji Lanfan's world, the immortal ascension world. He did not use his luck to find an emperor scripture. He divined someone whose luck had awakened and would receive an emperor scripture. Then, he stole it from the poor guy before returning it. This world's cultivation was similar to the pursuing longevity world in the early stages: body tempering, qi refining, core formation, nascent soul. However, since they do not have an immortal source sealed in their worlds, they walk a different path. After nascent soul is the divine transformation realm, which is precisely like the origin system's primordial soul realm, refining the 3 immortal souls or ethereal spirits as they called it in this world. Then, it is the star-plucking realm, which came about due to a unique place in this world, the Tao star dimension. The Tao star realm contained numerous stars connected to a law of the universe. By connecting to one, cultivators can better understand the laws. There are levels in the realm. The more talented a person is, the higher they can reach in the Tao star realm to acquire their stars. However, a cultivator does not have to use the stars in the realm. Instead, they can create a unique star for themselves if they have a special law or Tao. Ji Lanfang is a perfect example. Afterward, they will enter the body integration realm, where they fuse their stars with their bodies. Subsequently, they will undergo 9 tribulations in the tribulation realm. Each tribulation further elevates their lifespan and understanding of the laws. Finally, it is the Tao treading realm where cultivators use their stars to create a heaven path toward the grand Tao in their bodies. Once they reach that path's end, that's the quasi-emperor realm. And after acquiring the heaven world, the path will lead to the grand Tao source. Wang Wei could tell that whoever created this Tao treating system wanted people to become emperor or even Tao ancestors on their own without the heaven's will. Regrettably, the heaven path led to nowhere. The only thing it accomplished was giving cultivators an extra lifespan of about 5 million years. So, this system is slightly better than the origin system regarding lifespan, but the general battle prowess is similar. This system is interesting and might be worth studying in depth, he thought, pondering how he could fit some information in the optimization he would make to the origin system after proving the Tao. After his contemplation, he went to do what he came to do. His main objection was finding primordial star energy, as he felt this world might be the one with the highest possibility of having it. So, he searched everywhere through controlling luck or divination. He did find a small amount in a secret realm, but not as much as expected. Should I search the immortal realm? Thought Wang Wei. The immortal ascension world was divided into the mortal and immortal realm. As long as someone reaches Tier 7, void-shattering realm, they can ascend to the immortal world. However, most cultivators do not do this for the simple fact that all the immortal tier powerhouses are forced by heavenly Tao to live in the immortal realm. They cannot spend much time in the lower realm or fight there. So, that place is a prison for them, but it ensures the safety of mortals. Due to the danger of the immortal realm, many people refuse to ascend even if the environment is slightly better. Only during the heaven will battle where they would do so, since the battle usually takes place somewhere there. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to take some risks. He influenced some poor guy, forcing him to ascend before using his spirit particle to ascend with him. With this method, he was undetected and avoided people's eyes. After all, this world also had 5 eternal emperors. Then, he went on his search for primordial star energy. He found more than the mortal realm, but not as much as he wanted, enough to condense a few dozen black holes. So, he created many secret factions as he did in the primordial demon world to gather resources for him, but also to prepare for his plans after he became emperor. Afterward, he was curious whether the lower realm could access the Tao star dimension. So, he projected himself there and learned they could. So, Wang Wei returned to trial. As Wang Wei walked out of his room, Ancestor Wuching waited for him. He handed him a book. What's this? An emperor scripture from the Emperor Tao world. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. He could finally begin planning the creation of his fate palaces. Regrettably, the next competition was tomorrow, so he did not have much time. The next day, Wang Wei and the other participants went to the pagoda, where Lord Spirit waited. As soon as everyone arrived, he displayed every point and ranking. Chu Luo was still first with 4,900 points, and Wang Wei was second with 4,544 points. The third place went to Jianghu Hua for a total of 2,200 points, and Su Shi and Shi Qian were right behind her. I have a few announcements, said Lord Spirit. Firstly, a seated player needs 1,000 points to challenge another. As soon as he said these words, the participants frowned as they analyzed the situation. They quickly figured out that points were essentially useless, especially if there were only 8 trials and each only granted a maximum of 1,000 points as indicated from the previous 2. The real way to get the inheritance might be to acquire the number 1 token worth 100,000 points. Lord Spirit smiled before continuing. We will get through the next 2 trials today, and each one will be worth a maximum of 1,000 points. This information confirmed the participants' conjecture. The next 2 trials will be energy control and comprehension. Now, let's begin. Everyone walked into the pagoda. Chapter 551 Saint, oh, I almost forgot, said Lord Spirit. I know the sudden rule change might affect how many of you view this trial. The participants wanted to roll their eyes. With the new rules, most of the 8 trials are essentially useless. As long as they performed the bare minimum to acquire enough points, everything else did not matter since they could win this trial by taking the number 1 seeded token. And if they applied the rules correctly, they probably do not even need the points. Lord Spirit smiled as he read these people's minds through their facial expressions. For the next trial, the first place prize is extremely precious, so you should do your best. Additionally, other prizes may be as valuable as this one in the other trials. What's the prize? Asked someone. All I can say is if you get your hands on it, it is enough to remove any regrets for not acquiring the final inheritance. Everyone squinted their eyes as they became more serious. Lord Spirit smiled cunningly before telling everyone to begin the subsequent trial. After entering the pagoda, Wang Wei could sense different types of energy or qi floating in the environment. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The first part of the test was to control basic spiritual qi available in every world across the endless void. First, he had to control it to do many complex shapes to show the level of his control. Then, he had to use them to cast spells or other techniques. He had to create the largest destructive power using the smallest amount of energy. For example, one string of spiritual qi could create 1 ton of TNT in terms of destruction. An expert in energy control can use one string to cause 100 ton of TNT. And a person at Wang Wei's level could use 1/10 of a string of spiritual qi to create at least 100,000 tons of TNT damage. After doing so, Wang Wei then proceeded to another energy. Although he could not recognize what it was, he knew it was of a higher level than spiritual qi, but not quite at the level of innate qi, so he did the same process, mold it before using it to display different levels of damage using the smallest amount possible. The process was slightly more difficult because of the higher quality of the energy, but he did not have a problem. There were 10 different energies, and each one higher than the others. Some of the ones in the higher level seemed to have wills of their own, making them even more challenging to control. Nevertheless, the entire trial was worthwhile of his time since it allowed him to apply his force control skill and become more adept with it. Then, he waited for the result. A few minutes later, Lord Spirit's voice echoed in his trial room. "We have an unexpected result. Young Master Chu Luo and young Master Wang Wei tied for first place." Many people sighed after hearing this. They had already begun to suspect these two might be in a league of their own. Meanwhile, Chu Luo was not happy. He had almost finished his 9-extremity Dao foundation, having absorbed 90% of all his power from all his reincarnations. Meanwhile, his adversary could only be said to be in the middle of his process, not even knowing whether he would succeed in setting a true 9-extremity foundation. Yet, he still lost. Yes, to him, a tie is a loss. So, he took a deep breath to calm down. Everything was fine as long as the number 1 token remained in his hand. No matter what, I must get my hands on that technique to compensate for my flaw. Now, for the final prize I mentioned, said Lord Spirit, who took a pause that was too long for many people's comfort. There is no prize, I deceived all of you. Many people began to curse out loud in their different rooms. They swore they would call their elders and ancestors to level this place to the ground. Ha ha ha, I was kidding, continued Lord Spirit. The prize is Dragon Sovereign Qi, 1 string for each of our first-place contenders. Wang Wei squinted his eyes after hearing about the final prize. Dragon Sovereign Qi was an energy capable of creating an insurgent immortal venerable on par with a third-class great emperor. So, as long as the sect found someone talented or suited to refine that 1 string, they will have another insurgent. This Gu Xian really went all out to find a successor, thought Wang Wei. Then, an orb appeared before him, and he saw a dragon swimming inside. He could sense the terror coming from that dragon, making him lust after its power. Unfortunately, he could not refine it, otherwise, his emperor path would be cut off. After regretfully shaking his head, Wang Wei placed it inside his space ring. He then looked at the list in front of him that displayed him and Chu Luo receiving 1,000 points. He did not care for it or the placing of the other participants. Let's begin the next competition, comprehension. The winner of this competition will be the person who improves the most in the allocated time. A marble appeared before Wang Wei, and as he looked at it with his divine sense, a sightly surprise flashed across his eyes. He could sense all the laws between heaven and earth, and they were so clear. It was like someone refined an entire world and forced heavenly Tao to display all its laws. Another opportunity, he thought before closing his eyes to understand fate laws. He also did not hesitate to use his 360, future Buddha self. After an unknown amount of time, runes appeared around his body. These runes indicated he had entered the law manifestation stage of the void-shattering realm. The laws between heaven and earth were invisible and undetectable. However, once a cultivator's understanding is deep enough, they become visible and tangible, granting them more versatile use and applications. Wang Wei's law tree did not change much besides the runes on it. It was still a seedling. However, the deeper he understood the law, the more the seedling grew until it became a sapling. Finally, something changed. The law Altair inside his divine sea flew to his sea of consciousness, where his primordial spirit took control of it. Wang Wei's body shook slightly as he sensed a change. He could now control the surrounding thousands of kilometers and enforced his laws on them. He no longer had to adapt to the laws of other worlds since he could forcefully control them or make them adapt to himself. Wang Wei was now in the Saint Realm, a true person. The Saint Realm was divided into 3 stages: Dao sapling, young Dao tree, and mature Dao tree. With each stage, he can extend the limit of his domain based on spiritual power and origin essence. Wang Wei knew this trial was an opportunity, so he decided to take it and continued his understanding. He did not know how long had passed, but all he cared about was his law tree was now young, symbolizing he was now in the young Dao tree stage. The time for the competition ended, and he opened his eyes. He spread his domain and felt he could do virtually anything. His control over the power of fate seemed to be boosted. 269 trillion kilometers. I'm only in the middle stage, and I've already reached the limit of my domain, muttered Wang Wei. Even his father's domain only reached the limit, so his domain would probably be quite large after he becomes a peak saint. However, Wang Wei did not care much since he knew some people would have larger domains than him. For example, Su Shi, who he knew, planned to follow Lin Fan's plan to fuse a world with her domain. Even if it's a middle thousand world, it would be more extensive than his. Nevertheless, he would never lose in a confrontation. Not to mention he technically has 8 other domains in the form of his incarnations. The main body currently has peak 1 leaf strength and can probably fight 2 leaf immortal venerable for a few rounds, Wang Wei muttered before he was interrupted. The winner of this competition is young Master Wang Wei. He is the person who improved the most during the past 100 years. Lord Spirit had to try extremely hard to hide his shock. 100 years is not a long time for cultivators, and it is impossible to expect significant improvement in such a short time, especially regarding law comprehension that takes thousands of years. Yet, today, he saw a miracle. Even in the particular case of this trial where the laws are easier to understand, such an improvement is unimaginable. Maybe, the master will finally find a suitable inheritor. There is no special prize for the top 3 of this trial. That's all for today, and see you in another week for the Willpower and Dao Heart trial. Wang Wei walked out of the pagoda. He sensed a sharp gaze and looked over to see Chu Luo staring at him. Do you finally see me as a competitor? He smiled but did not say anything. He thought there would be some time formation in the pagoda so that time would not pass long on the outside. He was wrong, 100 years had passed. This news made him smile as he sensed his other incarnations. 7 of them have already reached the quasi-emperor realm and even finished condensing most of their black holes. However, there was a slight problem with one that caused a delay. The Order Incarnation's mission had something go wrong that delayed him. So, he is still in the Saint Realm and his memories sealed. If I borrow the power of the incarnations, I should have the power of 2 root Dao ancestor. Although he did not know for sure, he had a feeling. Nevertheless, he decided to test his full strength on Ancestor Wucheng. But now, he focused on the task at hand since he knew a few battles should occur. Chapter 552 Su Shi's Challenge, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thank you to Dangi's Khan for the gift. Jianghu Hua did not hesitate as she challenged the 4th-seeded player, Shi Qian. She paid the challenge price, and the 2 flew into the sky to battle. Jianghu Hua did not waste any time as she went on the offensive. A bright red flame appeared on her body, twisting the surrounding space with the sheer temperature. Golden crow flame, the flame on her body turned into a humongous crow before flying to her opponent. Pillars of purification. Shi Qian waved her hand to manifest 3 massive pillars of golden lights, descending on the flame crow. Unfortunately, the crow easily burned the pillar and their purification ability before rushing toward her. Extreme Yang. thought Shi Qian before creating golden light cages around the flame to slowly weaken the crow until it disappeared. 9 yang suns. Jianghu Hua created 9 suns made of extreme yang flame before dropping them on her opponent. Shi Qian frowned for a moment as she rapidly calculated her next step of action. A pair of white wings suddenly appeared behind her back. Then, she flew with unrivaled speed to evade the 9 suns, who felt on the city's formation. Jianghu Hua also grew a pair of wings, but hers were crow wings. She flew toward her opponent 100 times faster than light speed. Regrettably, Shi Qian cultivated the Tao of Light, a Tao with a natural speed advantage. Shi Qian did not clash head-on with his opponent. She knew her fleshly body would not be on par with a degraded demon like the 3-legged golden crow. Additionally, her main tactic of fighting is using long-distance spells. So, she used her speed advantage to kiting her opponent. She would create light spears, light swords, and numerous other weapons to attack Jianghu Hua, who only used the flame on her body to burn these attacks. After trying for a while to catch her opponent without success, Jianghu Hua used another approach. She used her yang law to boost her speed. Everything between heaven and earth can be divided into yin and yang, speed and slow, for example. Speed is yang, while slowness is yin. So, through the laws of yang, Jianghu Hua controlled the concept of speed to boost her speed. In an instant, she appeared before Shi Qian and punched her. Boom! The immortal child descended from the sky and landed on the ground, destroying countless houses. Half her body was burned to crisps before she could remove the yang flame on her. Pure body. A golden light appeared on the burned side to make her body pure, and a pure body cannot have any injuries. Jianghu Hua was not about to let her opponent heal, so she created a massive pillar of flame that descended from the sky to finish the job. However, when the attack landed, Shi Qian turned into motes of golden lights before appearing in the sky. However, she now looked completely different. She now had 9 beautiful white wings on her back and had a full-body armor made entirely of light. She now had a holy and noble aura emanating from her, an aura that would force the weak-willed to bow down and worship her. The light race transformation, Jianghu Hua muttered. Karma judgment. Shi Qian pressed her hand down, and a golden beam descended on Jianghu Hua. The latter released a flame barrier, but the light ignored her defense and went straight to her primordial spirit. Jianghu Hua screamed as she felt a burning sensation directly in her soul. All the negative sins or karma in her life had turned into a flame of judgment. She quickly converted her yang power into light as a form of defense. After all, darkness is yin, while light is yang. Her action slightly reduced the attack's power, but it was not enough. So, Jianghu Hua activated some power from her bloodline to hide her karmic sins. You can hide your karmic sins, but what about your ancestors, said Shi Qian, who waved her hand. Judgment of the ancestors' sins. With the motion of her hand, Jianghu Hua instantly inherited all the sins her ancestors committed. Previously, her karma could be considered neutral, but now it was massively negative. As a result, the golden light's potency drastically increased. She knew she only had a short time before her opponent purified her soul and killed her. Do I have to use that method? Thought Jianghu Hua amidst her excruciating pain. Her father left a Tao bone taken from his ribs to her. He refined the bone with the best emperor materials he could find and left it in the Golden Crow clan for his daughter. After waking up, Jianghu Hua had some trouble with the current patriarch of the clan since the latter wanted to take the bone for his family. Luckily, she was powerful, and her father ensured no one else could take it for themselves. After absorbing the rib, Jianghu Hua's talent and bloodline sublimated. She felt she had the talent and strength of some Tao child. It's better if I do not activate the bone now and leave it for the heaven-will battle. She understood her decision meant she had little chance of winning the inheritance without the bone. However, considering that her emperor path was at stake, she chose the path that guaranteed a brighter future. As for the inheritance, she could stay to learn about her opponents, especially Wang Wei, who appeared to be her most significant threat. I forfeit, Jianghu Hua said, to Shi Qian's surprise. Then, she stopped her attack before sighing in relief. She looked at Mulei in the distance but did not challenge him. She flew to the ground and waited. Did you discover anything? Li Jun asked. Yes. Her bones seemed special, but I can't read any more information. The next challenger was Su Shi. She flew towards someone, but someone else stopped her midway. You again. Haven't you learned from your previous defeat? I've recently improved drastically, and I want to re-challenge you, replied Kudelin. I don't want to waste time on you. One attack, I just need one attack to defeat you. Fine. I'll play with you again. Kudelin then went on the offensive. Shadow of the past, nothing happened after Kudelin attacked, she only flicked her hand. However, shortly afterward, blood dripped down Su Shi's eyes, nose, and ears. She used shadow to attack my past self, which is quite weak, a perfect application of shadow laws to enter the domain of time. If not for my control of time law and the recent increase in my fleshly body, I would have lost. How could she become so powerful? Is that it? Su Shi asked calmly as her injury instantly healed. Kudelin sighed. She had used a lot of lifespans to cast that technique, but it still failed. So, Fenghen got to the barbarian siblings? He could sense the Buddhist power secretly contained in her body. Maybe most people will not recognize that power since it has been eradicated from the endless void for too long. He knew it very well since he had some in his chakra. Immediately, Wang Wei began to sense the other participants and discovered a few people with Buddhist power inside their bodies. There were people from Ji Lanfang's Immortal Ascension world, Yi Dafa's Primordial Demon world, and a few others. Fenghen seemed to choose the lesser genius of this competition, using the fact many of them had their pride and confidence shaken by the recent result to lure these people into Buddhism. Maybe I should also start spreading Buddhism and repaying the karma for the future Buddha scroll. There are 3 karmic debts that are constantly weighing on him. The first one is from his sect. He is not concerned with that one since it is from his people. The second one is from the future Buddha scroll. He guessed some powerful entity gave him that book to create karma with him, so the sooner he paid it off, the better for him. Finally, it is the debt from Di Tian's wife. After seeing her opponent admit defeat, Su Shi flew toward her chosen challenger, Chu Luo. Do you want to challenge me? He asked. Yes. According to the rules, I'm not a seated player and can challenge anyone I want. Chu Luo frowned. You should understand I am not in the same league as you. These other tests meant nothing, only strength matters. Su Shi did not believe her words, but she could not pass on the opportunity to get this inheritance. Her husband's revival relied on it. No matter what, she must at least try. Fin, said Chu Luo as he flew into the sky, and she followed him. Su Shi did not waste time and went on the offensive. World domain, Lin Fan had cultivated many laws to the law manifestation stage. He did not become a saint because he had many others to comprehend. However, she inherited a few of his laws, so she had become a true person quite some time ago. Chu Luo calmly looked at the surroundings. Laws of destruction, time, karma, and life and death. Great laws. He waved his hand to manifest a sword that beamed with the power of annihilation. The sword rushed out of his hand. Crack. Su Shi's world domain cracked. She could not resist even one attack. If not for the opponent's mercy, she would have died. She bowed to thank him before flying away. She had to heal her world quickly. Otherwise, her cultivation will fall into the realm. Was that the Tao of annihilation? Asked Li Jun though divine sense. No quite. His true Tao is. Chapter 553 The Origin Talisman. His true Tao is creation. He created a sword of annihilation to defeat Su Shi. So, he's a Tao overlord, like you? Oddly, no. I can't sense the aura of an overlord from him. So, did he fail the test and use some method to weaken or restrict his Tao? Wang Wei squinted his eyes as the power of fate flashed across them. It seems that he did not have to take the trial. That does not make sense from what we know about outlaw Taos, especially supreme outlaws, Li Jun said. I'm aware of this. However, I cannot sense the aura of a person who had to take the test. So, this situation could mean three things: he eliminated that aura, I could not sense it, or his parents found a way to allow him to use a supreme outlaw without the trial. But is such a thing possible? I don't know, replied Wang Wei. If it is, they must have paid a severe price, even if they were pseudo-eternal emperor. When it comes to the supreme outlaw trial, he did not think an eternal emperor could intervene without paying the price. Otherwise, Di Tian's status in ancient times should grant him the help of a few eternal emperors, ensuring he passed the trial if it was no trouble for them. Moreover, he was 90% sure Chu Luo's Dao had some restrictions and wanted the deceiving heaven longevity art to fix the problem. So, what's the plan? Do you think you can defeat him, or do you want me to test his strength for you? Wang Wei gave him a side-eye look. He could tell he got a little cocky after achieving a P-Jade soul quality. You saw that attack. Use the dream art to see if you can survive it. Li Jun closed his eyes for a few seconds before opening his eyes with a wry smile. He did not say anything else, so Wang Wei patted his shoulder. In front of the pagoda, not far from Wang Wei, Tong Ruobing also watched the battle. This level of power has reached the immortal venerable level. And if I'm not mistaken, Wang Wei also has this power level. She frowned as she thought deeply. My transformation is not finished, and it won't be anything soon. As such, I cannot achieve such level of battle prowess. She concluded that this inheritance would not fall into her hands. So, she needed to think of ways to benefit from this trial. Destiny. All these heaven chosens are people with ample destiny. By defeating them, I could increase thus improving my chances of becoming an eternal emperor. So, she inspected the seated players, searching for an opponent. She ignored the first two before gazing at Ji Lanfang. I need a special trump card to defeat him. Then, she looked at the others, focusing on Mu Lei. Without much hesitation, she walked to him with a gentle smile. What a beautiful woman, muttered Mu Lei before fixing his clothes. Young Lady Tong, my name is Mu Lei, and it is an honor to meet you. Tong Ruobing placed her delicate hand over her mouth before giggling with her angelic voice. I am flattered, young Master Mu. However, I've come here for a challenge. Tong Ruobing had to admit that Mu Lei would make a great Dao partner. Although he was not handsome compared to most cultivators, he had a manly aura emanating from his body that was quite charming. He was talented, powerful, had a high background, and more importantly, he was from another world community, so they would not have to worry about competing for the heaven will. Nevertheless, she did not come here for romance. I accept your challenge. However, young Lady Tong, I won't go easy on you because I found you more beautiful than the noblest of immoral from the 9 heavens. Your words make me blush. Nevertheless, I won't accept it any other way. Then, the two flew into the sky, standing a few meters from each other. Tong Ruobing waved her hands, and numerous yellow papers with runes surrounded her enemy. Tong Ruobing did not believe in prolonged battles and liked to use the quickest and most efficient way to defeat an opponent. So, she did not hold back and employed 90% of her strength in that attack. Although she knew this would reveal her information to that person, she also understood it was only a matter of time before he figured things out. Hellfire Talisman. Thousands of black flames came from the papers to destroy Mu Lei's body and soul. Unfortunately, the latter completely ignored the attack and punched forward. Vibration Punch. A terrifying vibration from his hand rushed toward his opponent. Tong Ruobing rapidly activated a defense talisman and redirecting talisman to protect herself, and she succeeded. Meanwhile, Mu Lei frowned slightly as he discovered something. The small world or dimension the trial took place did not have any laws. It was simply a large space with an artificially created environment. Usually, this would not have an impact on most participants. They have something similar to law seeds inside their bodies or domains that allows them to use their laws anywhere, with some having to adapt. And for some, their laws have evolved into Daos, meaning the constraints of the worlds no longer bind them. They can use their laws anywhere they see fit, for example, the endless void, and not have many problems or restraints. However, he was different. As a true power Dao cultivator and one that cultivates the star Biyao system, the issue of law was more delicate for him. The star beast system absorbs all kinds of laws to grow their bodies or fight. However, he cannot do that. Mu Lei then invented a way for his fleshly body to use law resonance. But, he could not use this method since the trial space had no laws, so his power was significantly reduced. Tong Ruobing faced a similar dilemma. The Tao of Talisman relies heavily on the law resonance. If she wanted to instantly create certain talismans related to powerful Taos that are most like outlaws, she needed to use law resonance. Regrettably, she cannot do that in the current environment. Her talisman laws only allowed her to create certain talismans. And even when her laws evolve into Tao, she cannot completely get rid of law resonance. This is the advantage and disadvantage of Taos based on professions. Infinite Explosion Talisman, boom. 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 An uncalculable amount of explosions occurred on Mu Lei, burning his skin. However, he quickly healed the surface injury before rushing toward Tong Ruobing. He was so fast that he appeared as if he had teleported. However, she used a switching talisman that allowed her to switch places with any objects in her surrounding, even a single string of spiritual qi. Then, she continued her bombardment. Meanwhile, on the ground, Wang Wei was secretly fuming. "What's wrong?" asked Li Jun, who could feel his mood change. "I know why she seems familiar. She's using the idea I gave Wu Ming back in the Spirit Road trial." "You mean your idea of turning the body into a talisman?" "She succeeded?" "Yes. And I can even sense a slight emperor aura on her body, meaning not only did she turn her body into a talisman and essentially change her physique, but she also managed to borrow some power from an emperor talisman." Wang Wei was mad not because Tong Ruobing was using his idea but because he never actually thought of using it himself. After figuring out her secret, he immediately thought of using his acupoints to create a formation that is linked or can borrow the power of the sex turtle shell array, which might be the best defensive formation in the whole myriad emperor world. If Tong Ruobing succeeded in doing so, then she is quite talented, commented Li Jun, and Wang Wei agreed. Wu Ming had the idea, but based on their last meeting, he failed to borrow the power of Emperor Array. Although Wang Wei did not know how she succeeded, he knew how capable she was of accomplishing such a feat, and as he continued to watch the battle, he discovered more information. Tong Ruobing's soul had mutated and acquired properties of talismans. He could tell she achieved this result after the soul trial. He secretly shook his head before continuing to analyze the situation. Could it be the origin talisman? Talisman Ancestor created 12 ancestral talisman, and most cultivators considered them the peak of his achievement. However, the actual peak of his accomplishment was the origin talisman that he left for the Great Talisman City as an emperor artifact. The origin talisman is the most powerful talisman of the myriad emperor world and the first emperor talisman created by someone in the origin system. The primary function of the talisman is its versatility. It can be used as any talisman. Attack talisman? The origin talisman can be used as such. What about a devour talisman? The origin talisman can also accomplish the task. There were even rumors that the origin talisman was connected to all the talismans created in the myriad emperor world, even the ones after the talisman ancestor disappeared. Many people do not believe this rumor because the talisman ancestor was only a pseudo-eternal emperor. However, Wang Wei would not be surprised if it was true. He would not even be surprised if these profession ancestors had the battle powers of eternal emperors, given how special many of them were, except for the array ancestor. Wang Wei began to pay more attention to the fight since something had changed. "No more playing around," said Mu Lei as each of his pupils turned into 9 purple stars. Then, his body grew to more than 1,000 kilometers. This was a small size for Mu Lei, but the environment did not allow for a bigger size without complications. He turned into a dark light as he rushed toward her. His immense size did not diminish his speed. On the contrary, he became even faster. Boom! He punched her with his enormous hand. However, Mu Lei saw a pink crystal appear on Tong Ruobing's forehead, resulting in a sudden increase in her aura. The defensive talisman she created blocked his attack with relative ease. The Myriad Emperor World's Proving Tao Artifact. Chapter 554 Useless Plot. Gift bonus chapter, thanks to Linming528 for the gift. I have 2 extra chapters coming up, but you guys have to wait a couple of days because of my schedule. So, we will go back to our regular 1-chapter release. Tong Ruobing did not hesitate to use her Proving Dao artifact to boost her talisman-making abilities and their overall strength. Finally, she took out a talisman from her space ring. Flesh Atomization Talisman. A brightening white light came from the talisman and enveloped Mu Lei before he could react. Even the participants on the ground had to squint their eyes slightly as they gazed at the light. Once the light abated, Mu Lei appeared with burn marks all over his body. However, he appeared intact overall, making Tong Ruobing frown. The Flesh Atomization Talisman was one of the masterpieces she created to fight against people with powerful fleshly bodies. So, it should have atomized her opponent or, at the very least, severely injured him. However, he appeared to be only slightly injured. Tiny runes appeared in front of her eyes as she analyzed Mu Lei's body, and a look of realization dawned on her. The star body of the star beast world is unique in that it cannot be instantly destroyed, at least in general. Any attacks that kill a star beast cultivator will instead decrease their size. In other words, if anyone wants to kill a cultivator in the star beast world, they must constantly kill and reduce their size until they are killed. As such, the bigger the opponent, the more lives they have. So, only attacks that can instantly destroy their entire body can kill them, and her talisman did not achieve that effect. Although Mu Lei's current body looked intact, his real body was now several times smaller. Tong Ruobing quickly analyzed how to end this battle as she could tell the longer it continued, the more dangerous the situation would be for her. She did not have an attack that could instantly annihilate her opponent, at least, not until she finished her transformation of binding with the Origin Talisman. So, the only solution is to use a method that annuls healing or regeneration. Tong Ruobing waved her to create a talisman that manifested in the form of a spear. Then, with a flick of her hand, it flew incredibly fast toward Mu Lei. At first, he did not care about such a measly attack and planned to ignore it while continuing his assault. However, he suddenly sensed grave danger and rapidly enacted a shield to protect him. Unfortunately, the spear penetrated his defense and went straight for his heart, only stopping 1 inch before piercing it. Mu Lei had an ugly expression as he sensed a mysterious power on that spear. He knew that power would ignore his Bodhis ability and kill him, and there was nothing he could do about it. What power is this? Tong Ruobing smiled at him but did not explain, so Mu Lei contacted his elder to ask. The D realm. Is that a sign? He thought. As a person who follows a pure physical path without any genuine Dao of his own, Mu Lei knew he would have to make a choice after acquiring the Heaven Will. The first choice is to comprehend the Grand Dao source of power and prove the Dao using that method. The second choice is to use his Heaven Will to go up a few layers in the true power Dao realm. If he chose that option, he could have the battle prowess of a great emperor of any class, even eternal emperor, based on his talent for fleshly body and how much he can make use of the Heaven Will. However, the downside is that he cannot open the gate with the Heaven Will, and he will only have 1 yuan epoch of lifespan. As such, he only has this time to continue cultivating and opening the gate of power. Mu Lei could also become a Dao ancestor, and he would be an insurgent. With the infinite lifespan, he could continue walking the path of true power Dao until he opened that gate. The third option is to find a way around the star beast system and control law by another method. Mu Lei had some ideas after interacting with other Heaven Chosens and learning about their system. He cannot control law with his soul since it is fused with his body. However, he could allow his body to create some energy/chi to control laws. With this method, he might enter the D realm, and after acquiring the Heaven Will, Heavenly Dao will consider him a dual chi refiner and body cultivators. He can comprehend the Grand Dao source of whatever laws he controls while also getting a slight boost in the true power Dao realm. It seems like the third option is the best for me. Mu Lei remembered his recent business partner, Wang Wei. He was also a dual chi refiner and body cultivator. Moreover, as the wonder of the heavy axe physique, he has some advantages. The law seed inside his body should prevent him from walking the true power Dao, but he was allowed an exception by heavenly Tao. He still could not control laws with his body. Thank you, young lady Tong, for your benevolence. I owe you a great karma. You are welcome, replied Tong Ruobing with a smile. I could use this debt to my advantage, she thought. If I lose the heaven will battle, I could ask Mulei to cut off my karma for me to compete in the next generation. The only issue is whether he will prove the Tao in his world. Tong Ruobing was in a good mood after making a backup plan for herself and acquiring a decent amount of destiny. So she took Mulei's number 4 tokens and flew to the ground. She smiled and waved at Wang Wei, who ignored that shameless woman who stole his idea. How did she enter the D realm? Li Jun asked with slight envy. She turned her divine sea into a world of talisman, Wang Wei replied. With his true vision and his recent power growth, he could see many things previously hidden. He could see many different runes inside her divine sea, Qi gathering talisman, Qi purification talisman, Qi controlling talisman, space expanding talisman, along with a bunch of others. Overall, her divine sea was unique. I have to give Tong Ruobing some credit. She took the basic ideas I gave Wu Ming, developed them to their best, and even made them better. After this fight, there were no worthwhile battles. A few people who never reached the top 10 in the previous trials challenged the seeded players, including Wang Wei. But they proved to be too weak. So, everyone returned to their mansion. After returning to his mansion, Lian Shixing had 2 pictures before him, Chu Luo and Wang Wei. One of these 2 should be able to help me with my plan, and am leaning more toward the one from the Myriad Emperor world. Based on the result of soul and comprehension, he thought Wang Wei was the best person to help him achieve his goal. Let's wait to see the result of the willpower test. Then, I'll make a final decision. In another mansion, Hu Fenghuang calmly walked into one of the rooms full of formation. A man was sitting in the middle with his eyes closed. How is it going? What do you think? I've told you many times your plan was useless and stupid. Even though we are technically from the same clan, the Qiyuan Emperor severed our bloodline connection long ago. The cursed bloodline innate treasure did not work, she asked. Without any connections, how could it work? Hu Fenghuang frowned after hearing this. After having all 5 noble beast bloodlines, her heavenly eye talent evolved, and she could now see the level of a threat someone has to her. When she laid her eyes on Wang Wei during the selection part of the trial, she felt an intense warning. It was so intense that she was almost overwhelmed by despair. So, she began to prepare how to secretly take him down. Her original plan was to use the bloodline connection of the Wang aristocratic clan and the Dao opening sex Wang clan. So, she enlisted the help of Wang Zheming, the next heir of the Wang aristocratic clan. Hu Fenghuang hoped the latter used his bloodline connection to Wang Wei to curse, poison, or weaken him in any way. Better yet, steal his power. Honestly, she already knew her plan was pointless and stupid. However, she had to do something to at least relieve the pressure she felt every time she looked at him or when they interacted. Is there any way for this plan to work? If you could get me his bloodline, no, his blood source, maybe, Wang Zheming replied. He honestly did not want to help her and antagonize the other Wang clan. Unfortunately, Hu Fenghuang's status was higher than his, and the council asked him to follow her orders. The Wang clan had 3 great emperors after the Null Era, but 2 mysteriously died right after proving the Tao. No one knew the reason. Or at least, he was not privy to this information. The clan only had a decent status amidst the ancient aristocratic clan because their founder was the heaven-opening emperor, the first emperor of the Myriad Emperor world. Blood source? Hu Fenghuang said softly, her voice full of helplessness. She was probably one of the few people who knew what this monster was capable of. If she planned things correctly, found a scenario where he did not fight seriously, and caught him off guard, she might get a few drops of blood. As for his source blood? Unless she could defeat him, there was no way to get her hands on something like that. I'll find another way, she said before walking to her room, left to her thoughts. Hu Fenghuang had 2 objectives in coming to this trial, to acquire the inheritance and see if she could use it to deceive her dragon bloodline into an azure dragon bloodline, and secondly, to deal with Wang Wei. Unfortunately, it appeared she would not succeed in any of these objectives. There are many worlds available in this place. I should be able to find a way to purify or evolve my bloodline, she thought before beginning to plan her next step. Chapter 555 The Incarnation's Mission. Bam. 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 Powerful clashes emanated from an ample space. Luckily, a mysterious power prevented the attacks from destroying the surroundings. A few minutes later, the fighting stopped. Wang Wucheng looked at the young man before him and sighed. You indeed have the strength of 2 root Dao ancestor. Wang Wei smiled before saying, can you show the power of each root? Sure, said Wang Wenqing before waving his hand to manifest an enormous hand manifested before him. How do you feel? I feel like I could not withstand 5 attacks. Most 3 root Dao ancestors could defeat 2 roots with 1 attack. You can survive more than 1 because of your law and the many ways you have to defend yourself. Wang Wucheng then used another attack, but a more powerful one. That's 4 root. Wang Wei nodded, he wouldn't survive 1 attack. Finally, Wang Wucheng displayed the 5 root Dao ancestor strength, and Wang Wei could only shake his head. You should know there are differences between the roots, especially the 5 root level. The difference between controlling 4% and 4.9% of the Grand Dao source is enormous. I understand, replied Wang Wei. With this knowledge, he has better ways to gauge his strength. According to his calculation, if he does not do anything else, once he finishes with his 9-extremity Dao foundation, his strength will reach 4 root Dao ancestor, while Di Tian is likely to be 5 root. Hopefully, the Fate Palace and Fate Incarnation can give me the final boost. Otherwise, I will have to find other methods. How are things going in the commercial hub? Shadow One has already investigated things, and we can set a booth there if needed. Are you worried about something? Mu Lei seems to have eyes for Tong Ruobing. I'm afraid he will terminate our partnership and ally with the Great Talisman City instead. He does not seem the kind of person to put business above his personal feelings. We don't know nearly enough about him to make such an analysis. True. Having someone from the Star Beast world would make our integration into the hub smoother. Ultimately, we do not need to rely on them if necessary. Wang Wei agreed. The commercial hub will be very significant to his plans, so he needs to begin planning for the future. After chatting with Ancestor Wucheng, he handed him the Sovereign Dragon Qi and returned to his room. Wang Wucheng was in charge of finding someone that could make use of this unique energy. As for Wang Wei, he activated the array virus once again to spy on everyone and see if he could catch something new. But, once again, he felt he had forgotten something after finishing. Wang Wei instantly became alert as he knew there must be a problem. He reviewed the footage of all the participants the virus recorded, but he could not find anything. So, he asked Ancestor Wucheng to check if there were any abnormal individuals amongst the participants. But the latter also discovered nothing. He closed his eyes and activated his Paragon Soul to its full effect. He felt he had caught something for a brief moment but could not remember. Wang Wei decided to be on guard at all times. He did know the reason for this anomaly, but it was worth keeping an eye out. Afterward, Wang Wei used the reward he received for the soul trial, which was the unique energy from the body trial. With it, he opened a total of 500,000 acupoints, nearly half of them. And his fleshly body increased to 23 primordial dragon force, and his main body had the battle strength of 2-leaf immortal. The true power Dao realm's increase was smaller than expected. He knew it would be more challenging to go to higher realms, but he did not expect the increase to be as harsh as this. However, considering that no one has probably opened that gate in the lower dimension, it made sense for true power Dao cultivation to be so infamous. Nevertheless, the difficulty made him even more excited about what would happen once he opened the gate. Hopefully, it won't be disappointing. Finally, Wang Wei went to check on his incarnations and their missions. He did not check on the spacetime incarnation since the latter already succeeded in using the flaw in the River of Fate to explore parallel timelines. So, he first checked on the free will incarnations. This one's mission was to remove the Great Thousand Worlds River of Fate, granting absolute freedom to all cultivators and mortals. How are your injuries? Wang Wei asked. I'm completely healed now. After removing the River of Fate from the Great Thousand World, both of them did not expect that the sealed heavenly Tao would find a way to release thunder punishment on them. Luckily, the free will incarnations borrowed power from the other incarnations and survived. So, how did the world operate after giving them freedom? They acted the same, replied the incarnation as he overlooked the entire world like a god looking at ants. The mortals continued their daily life as if nothing changed. The only difference is that way because of their own volition, not because fate dictated it. The more intelligent ones fell into an existential crisis when they realized their previous lives were dictated at birth. Some even lost their sense of purpose because of their newfound freedom. Wang Wei watched the same them as him with calmness. Without fate's control, all of them now have the talent to cultivate. Although 99% of them have poor talent, it is still talent. So, I pass a cultivation technique to all of them. Unfortunately, they give up because of the slow progress. The ones who took this opportunity of freedom are few and between. What about the cultivators? Them? You could say they changed, but you could also argue they did not. Without any fate nexuses to restrain them, they became out of control. They no longer respected rules and regulations and turned the world into chaos. One person became obsessed with replacing the role of fate and began a mission to conquer and enslave the world. And so many cultivators follow him. So, they want to take the freedom of others now that they are free? Said Wang Wei as he shook his head. He should have expected this outcome since cultivators are creatures of habit. In most worlds, things rarely change even after billions of years. And that's because the long lifespan of cultivators that makes them both more conservative and sentimental. I'm starting to think the existence of the River of Fate is necessary. Without it, most people seem lost. Maybe, muttered Wang Wei. Alright, I'll go check on the others. He used the transplanar transmission array to teleport to the yin-yang incarnation. This incarnation looked slightly different from the others. He had black and white hair and was more feminine. In general, it could be debated to be more handsome than the others, but it will depend on an individual's taste. Do you want to say something? I know you do. I don't have to say anything, replied Wang Wei as he tried hard not to laugh, making the yin-yang incarnation snort coldly, deciding to ignore this insensitive jerk. After taking a moment to regain his bearing, Wang Wei reviewed the latter's experience. The yang incarnation became the devil's incarnate. With the devouring system, he made up for his lack of talent by swallowing others. As he grew stronger, he became a tyrant who did whatever pleased him. He was full of sins and negative karma. Meanwhile, the yin incarnation was the opposite. She saved many people and became as chivalrous individuals as she dreamt. As for their desire to become a man, it only partially succeeded. The yin incarnation was the embodiment of absolute yin, so when she created a method to revert yin to yang, she did transform into a man. Unfortunately, the transformation was only temporary. And she grew more powerful. The time she could be a man became less until she accepted her new gender. The two incarnations eventually clashed against each other. Their battle divided the world into sides, the light and dark realms, forever changing the fundamental structure of the world. The light realm was beautiful, full of happy people, and was generally a good place. The only downside was that it was always day, the sun shining brightly as the night never came. The yin incarnation had to use special formations to create the illusion of night. As for the dark realm, it was the opposite. Cruel and cunning devil cultivators ruled with chaos and destruction. It was always night as the moon shone on them 24/7 for millennia. Once the incarnations reached the peak of the supreme realm, they had a legendary battle that resulted in their unexpected fusion and entering the quasi-emperor realm. Everything went smoothly, said Wang Wei. He could feel that his Tao heart would sublimate after he vividly relived the experience of his incarnation after the final fusion. He then left to check on the luck incarnation. Chapter 556 The Incarnation's Mission, 2. Wang Wei looked at the unkempt version of him who reeked of alcohol, and he could only remain speechless. How could she do this to me? To us, said the Luck Incarnation, it's been a couple of 1,000 years, and you got your memories back. Shouldn't you let it go? Said Wang Wei. You weren't there, you haven't experienced the terrible pain. Once you do, you will understand, replied the Luck Incarnation as he took a big sip from his gourd. Wang Wei's lips twitched, something changed the Luck Incarnation's mission. Ever since he was young, he had everything he wanted. He could be walking home from a night of drinking from the pleasure district and finding a bag full of money or herbs that could maintain health. As such, he never lacked anything in life, even power. He once wanted to become a scholar. And the next day, he found a crystal that increased spiritual power. He then accidentally saved the life of the most famous teacher in the city, and the latter offered to teach him everything he knew for free. His luck was so powerful that it could fulfill all his desire. One time, he met this beautiful woman and wanted her. However, she had a husband. His parents appropriately raised the Luck Incarnation before their untimely passing. So, he left things alone and did not contact or try anything against her. However, a week later, the woman's husband died in an accident, and he met her when some cultivators chased her. The Incarnation wanted to help her, but he knew he was powerless against cultivators. So, he did the cowardly thing and hid in a desolate house nearby. And to his surprise, he discovered a talisman powerful enough to kill all the cultivators chasing the woman he desired. And after saving the damsel in distress, he took her home to protect and help her in her time of need. Unfortunately, at this time, the Incarnation began to suspect he was a man with maximum luck and began testing it out. He went to a cultivator gathering and bought some random book and treasure that turned out to be of the saint tier. After figuring this out, the Incarnation knew the reason this woman came to like him was most likely the result of his luck, making him conflicted if he should reciprocate. So, he delayed deciding by focusing on his cultivation. And as expected, everything went smoothly for him. Whatever he wanted, he would get it. Wherever he went, he encountered a beautiful woman who would fall in love with him and acquire some form of fortunate encounter. As time passed, the encounter became tired of life since everything came so easy to him. He never had to try for anything in his life. Once, he decided to become a king and headed to a place to establish his dynasty. On his way, he met a group of people who mistaken them for their runaway prince and rushed him to take the throne since most of his family had died recently. The Incarnation almost died of anger when these people showed him the picture of their prince, who looked exactly like him. This world was vast with a population of the septillion. So, what were the odds of someone having the same face, build, height, and demeanor as him? Furthermore, when he tried to argue, these people pointed to a scar on his left wrist, which their prince also had. The Incarnation had this scar since he was young and never healed it despite his cultivation since he acquired it in the accident that killed his parents. He kept it to remember his past. In the end, the Incarnation flew away in anger after realizing his goal of being a ruler was again handed to him. He began to resent his luck. He saw it as a curse. As such, he decided to study misfortune to balance his overwhelming luck. However, before he could succeed, he met the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. The moment he laid eyes on her, his entire being screamed that he wanted her. So, he quickly investigated her to find out she did not have a Tao companion. Knowing it was his opportunity, he waited. The Incarnation knew that his luck would soon activate, allowing him to have a magical encounter with her and have a chance. So, he waited. Unfortunately, the waiting lasted a week, then a month, and eventually a year, but nothing occurred. So, he became more proactive. He used a technique to give her misfortune. His plan was when she was in danger, he would swoop in like a handsome and chivalrous immortal to save her. His plan failed since nothing occurred. The Incarnation soon discovered his luck did not work on her, which somehow made her even more desirable to him. Therefore, he approached her to court her directly. Regrettably, the first sentence she said to him was, "You're the bastard cursing me with misfortune? Get out of my sight." Despite the rejection, the Luck Incarnation did not give up. For a man who could acquire everything he desired, there was nothing he wanted more than something unattainable. Consequently, he pursued her religiously. No matter how many rejections he received or what terrible things she said to keep him away, he never gave up on her. And eventually, his persistence paid off. She began to warm up to him. They became friends before starting to explore a romantic relationship. Unfortunately, the incarnation's luck had repercussions. The luck backlash arrived in the form of a rumor: Wang Wei, the blessed one, whoever acquire can rule the world and achieve immortality. Once the rumor spread worldwide, all the cultivator sects, families, factions, and dynasties suddenly knew of the incarnations and wanted to capture him. He was hunted for thousands of years. Luckily, he had the love of his life with him. She accompanied him throughout everything. She was with him when he fell from the peak of the world to the gutter. The incarnation felt that his pain and suffering were worth it as long as she was with him. Sadly, fate had another plan for him. On one occasion, hundreds of sects encircled him, and even with all the treasures and fortunate encounters he could not escape. In the end, she sacrificed her life to give him a chance. Grief, pain, despair, guilt, and absolute anger overwhelmed him. So, he went on a rampage. He used guerrilla tactics to destroy countless sects or factions. And when he felt this was too slow, he finally took cultivation seriously. With his talent and resources, he quickly reached the strength to be invincible in the world. So, he killed 99% of all cultivators in this world. Sadly, revenge could not fill the hole in his heart, so he focused on cultivation to reach a realm where he could revive her. The idea of seeing her beautiful and confident smile motivated him. He had to work hard to accomplish something for the first time since he met her. However, after entering the Supreme Realm and unlocking his memories, the luck incarnation received another shock he did not know how to process. The woman he loved, lost, grieved, and pined after for tens of thousands of years was just another clone of Wu Hong. He also realized she might have changed the setting of his mission. After all, he should have never had affection for another woman. In the end, he was happy he did not technically lose her, but he could not forget the pain of watching her die in front of him. So, he began to drink his frustration and completed feeling. Wang Wei's lips twitched as he did not know what to say. He did not expect Wu Hong to tweak the incarnation's life and make him more miserable. However, he had to admit that her action made his Dao heart tempering even better. So, he looked at the incarnation and said, "Don't be sad, she's fine and healthy." "You don't understand," replied the incarnation. "However, when we fuse, you will experience how I felt and know how much it truly hurt." Wang Wei knew he was correct. In the final fusion, he will experience the life of these incarnations as if it was his own experience. So, all their emotions, thoughts, and actions will be extremely vivid to him. "You're right," Wang Wei replied, but he appeared a little distracted. He was thinking about the incarnation's way of courting Wu Hong's clone. Although his persistence seemed romantic, he felt that the incarnation appeared too much like a stalker. If Wu Hong did not have feelings for him, his actions would not seem as romantic but creepy. As a person with memories from Earth, he should know better. Does that mean I have some secret stalker tendencies? Or is the result of his environment? He quickly denied the first option and blamed everything on the incarnation. He also ignored that they would fuse and become one sometime in the future. So, after giving the incarnation an odd look, he went to check on the Karma incarnation. Chapter 557 The Incarnation's Mission, 3. Wang Wei looked at the Karma incarnation, who now had yellow hair. "So, how is it?" he asked. "Why don't you see for yourself?" replied the incarnation, and Wang Wei looked at this great thousand world. He saw karma threads connecting to the incarnations, and they were so many of them. He could see that the incarnation was now connected to every single individual of this world, every single object, and even every single atom. Wang Wei looked at an ant a few 100,000 light years away, and he could see the incarnation had some connection to it. "Is this your answer?" he asked. "Yes," replied the incarnation. "My entire life was boggled down by karma. I could not even breathe the air without owing heaven and earth some karma. I tried isolating myself from the world to cultivate in peace, but the debts I owed would eventually catch up to me. I tried repaying my karmic debts, but more kept piling on my head. No matter how carefully I tried to act or how many calculations I made to avoid karma, it was impossible for me to escape. The incarnation paused as he reminisced. Every step he took felt like he was in quicksand, unable to move and slowly drawing. It was truly a nightmare since he never knew a single moment of peace. I tried to transcend karma, to become free from its restrictions. But I failed. So, you choose to fuse with it? Asked Wang Wei. Yes. I became the embodiment of karma itself in this world, the origin of all karma. And to my surprise, I've achieved the transcendence I desire. It does make sense. As the source of karma, it's normal to be no longer affected by it. So, how did you bear such a heavy burden? Wang Wei did not think it would be easy for the incarnation to fuse with all karma of the world and bear it without some backlash or negative consequence to his body and soul. The incarnation smiled before waving his hand to manifest a yellow river made of threads. You made a river of karma? Yes. While cultivating the Tao of karma, I discovered the river of fate. So, I thought of replicating it with the power of karma. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after seeing the river, thinking of the many benefits. He could sublimate his karma unbound physique with this river and no longer worry about karma ever affecting him after proving the Tao. Although a mortal tier powerhouse has high resistance to karmic restraint, it is not entirely gone. The sad truth is even paragons cannot completely ignore karma. However, Wang Wei has a high chance of reaching such a state. This will be a significant step in his goal of achieving freedom. I'm sure you can understand the significance of this river to us, but I will tell you a few more abilities. The incarnation waved his hand, and a drop of water came from the river. Karmic washing water, said Wang Wei. Yes. You can easily create an ocean and leave it to the sect. In the future, they won't worry about washing karma and needing help to compete for the next generations, heaven will. Then, the incarnation pointed to another thread in the river. The river of karma is connected to all karma, past, present, and future. So, you could do this. He took one string and manipulated it, and Wang Wei squinted his eyes when he saw what had happened. About 2 million years ago, in this great thousand world, a spiritual herb called human mushroom went extinct. As the incarnation manipulated the thread, Wang Wei saw a scene 2 million years ago. A young hunter found this mushroom and took it for dinner. According to normal history, this farmer should have eaten the last human mushroom in existence, making this spiritual herb extinct. But, now, something had changed. On his way home, he met a dying cultivator who gave him his inheritance. Through this inheritance, the hunter learned of the value of this spiritual herb and began to plant it. Eventually, he created a small secret realm where he stored the mushroom, and this secret realm lasted until this day as the incarnation manipulated events to ensure this. Wang Wei waved his hand to teleport the secret realm to their location. The human mushroom is an excellent herb to open acupoints. As Wang Wei looked at the mushroom with a human shape in his hand, his eyes could not help but shine. This method will help him deal with one of his biggest worries, the resources for his true power Tao cultivation. And considering how long the myriad emperor world has existed and the lost resources throughout the ages, this technique is simply heaven-defying. I have to say, you gave me one of the biggest surprises so far. Is there any restriction to this method? Anything related to the manipulation of time will have restrictions. What I've discovered is that there is no problem as long as you do not try to manipulate impactful events or drastically change people's fate, there is no problem. So, focus more on using this technique to gather resources without affecting the overall timeline, summarized Wang Wei. Basically. That's good. Since nothing is wrong with you, I'll check on the others. Wang Wei then went on to check on the Samsara incarnation. The latter sat on a throne, and the environment was frigid and eerie. After arriving, Wang Wei could see many souls coming and leaving, along with many demon-luing creatures controlling and ensuring the place's safety. No problem. Oddly, no. I successfully established a separate samsara for this great thousand world, and there were no problems. However, it might not be the same if you do it back home. Wang Wei frowned. Before he became powerful, he thought each world had a separate samsara, and it was a physical location similar to a small world that he could travel to. However, as he became more powerful, he knew that the endless void had one samsara for all the world communities. He tried to learn the secrets of samsara but had no success. But, he did conclude some things based on the information he had. For example, why did Di Tian only reincarnate into the myriad emperor world? He theorized that it was either heavenly Taoist doing or each world community had its own division. Wang Wei closed his eyes to access the knowledge the incarnation had. His theory was partially correct. There are separate divisions based on a soul's place of origin. But it is also possible to be reborn in another division, albeit rare, but possible. Your method was ingenious, he commented. The incarnation did not forcibly establish a netherworld. Instead, he asked to create a branch in this world from the main branch. And true heavenly Tao was more than happy to give him some power and reduce the burden on itself, as long as the incarnation was willing to follow some strict rules. It even gave him a lot of merit for his actions. With this method, many of our plans are guaranteed to become a success. And we might not need to refine the 9 devil god worlds. The only thing we have to worry about is Old Man Nether, said the incarnation. He had many new plans after his recent success. He had greater ambitions after seeing how handsomely true heavenly Tao rewarded him for his actions. Wu Hong told him about Old Man Nether from the Nether Hell. This was a person obsessed with controlling the samsara of the lower dimension, and for countless eras, he has been slowly stealing its power. Therefore, he knew this person would stop him from establishing a netherworld in the myriad emperor world. And if he were to learn of the method this incarnation used, he would definitely try to replicate it. The 9 devil god world is still needed, just not as important as we previously thought. As for Old Man Nether, we will deal with him after we prove the Tao, replied Wang Wei. From what he knew, Old Man Nether was the only Empyrean in the lower dimension. Many people have wondered he managed to stay there without any repercussions. However, Wang Wei is not that scared of him. He believed once he found a way to reach the 10 Extremity Foundation, after becoming an eternal emperor, he might have the battle prowess of an Empyrean, 70% Grand Tao source. And even if he does not, he will be closed and will not need much time to reach that battle strength. Make sure to remove all your tracks before the fusion, said Wang Wei. He did not want to get Old Man Nether's attention more than he already did. Then, he went to see the Destiny incarnation. He found the latter reading intently before a large book titled, Book of Destiny. Wang Wei called him, but the latter was distracted, so he had to push him before waking up from his deep concentration. Oh, you're here. You should be more careful. I've placed a formation in the surrounding, and only you can enter. You should still be careful since this world is not absolute. You're right. It's just I've been a little fascinated by our little experiment. Oh, did you discover something? Maybe. Chapter 558 The Incarnation's Mission, Finale. Using the Book of Destiny, the Incarnation controlled or established the destiny of everything cultivators in this great thousand world. When people with a talent for cultivation are born, their names will automatically appear in the book, and the Incarnation will establish their destiny. Each individual's destiny is different. For example, it could be as simple as they are destined to become a supernatural realm cultivator. Of course, just because someone is destined for such an accomplishment does not mean that they definitely can achieve it. This is not how destiny functions. The cultivators have to work to achieve their destiny. They have to undergo arduous cultivation, temper themselves, and fight for resources. Now, as someone destined to become a supernatural realm cultivator, they will have a particular luck to ensure they accomplish their goals. They also have specific karmic connections with people that help them achieve their destiny. Nevertheless, destiny still gave people a certain level of freedom to accept or reject their destiny. Furthermore, the Incarnation discovered other forms or unique destinies, for example, the destiny to become the most powerful sect in the world. Once, he tried to give this destiny to a faction, and he realized that some people could compete with the chosen faction to hinder them from achieving their destiny or steal the destiny of becoming the best sect. After controlling the entire world's destiny, the incarnation tried to recreate the eternal emperor's destiny and failed. No matter what he tried, he could not succeed. So, he tried to create an immortal destiny. As long as he gave an individual such a destiny, they had a 90% chance of becoming an immortal tier powerhouse. Consequently, his actions touched the bottom line of true heavenly Tao, and he received a warning. Another application the incarnation discovered is establishing the destination of mortal objects and animals, turning them into spirits or demon race. This method is valuable to the spirit race but has no actual application to Wang Wei besides maybe creating an army of spirit race. As you can see, we have learned much about destiny but no revolutionary discoveries. That's fine as well. What about battle applications? Did you come up with something? In fact, I did, replied the incarnation, who stood up from his sitting position. He looked at Wang Wei and said, "Attack me with your chaos flame." Then, the incarnation created a wound on his forearm with his left finger. "All right," said Wang Wei before creating a multicolored flame in his hand and throwing it at the incarnation. At first, it appeared as if the latter was rapidly burning. But soon, the process ended, and the wound on the incarnation healed. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. Purpose manipulation. Exactly. I changed the purpose of your chaos flame from burning to healing. You can imagine the wide application of such a technique. Indeed, there were many applications of this ability. Wang Wei could alter his fleshly Buddhist purpose, allowing it to use more force than usual. He could change the purpose of his enemies' attacks and make them help him instead or render them entirely useless. Wang Wei waved his hand to manifest a turtle shell. It was the 8-trigram turtle shell he borrowed from the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. He then used the destiny technique to modify the purpose of this magical artifact. It used to be a supporting item used only for divination, but Wang Wei turned it into an attack artifact that used the River of Fate's power. And since the artifact was an immortal artifact, the attack it could use was at the same level. Of course, Wang Wei could modify an item of such level because he now had the strength of Immortal Venerable. If not, he would fail or suffer some backlash. This technique is worth all your effort, said Wang Wei. I tried my best, replied the incarnation as he looked at the world again. I found it fascinating to control the lives of so many people, controlling their destiny with them being none the wisest. Don't lose yourself to such meager power. You underestimate me, replied the incarnation. He knew that this great thousand world was a drop of water in an ocean in the grand scheme of things. Furthermore, he only learned to control people's destinies to control his own. As long as you understand, replied Wang Wei, who patted his shoulder before leaving. He went on to check on the Order Disorder incarnation, the one who had problems. He saw the latter at the center of the world's core, sitting cross-legged and fighting heavenly Tao that was supposed to be sealed. He frowned. The Order incarnation had to begin his journey from a low thousand world. After becoming the supernatural realm, he would replace the heavenly Tao of that world and decide the order of this world. He would establish the rules, regulations, punishments, and restrictions for all mortals and cultivators. With this method, the incarnation could make the world safer for mortals and prevent chaos. Consequently, many cultivators did not like absolute order, rebelling against the incarnation and creating more chaos or disorder. However, this is precisely what the incarnation wanted. He wanted oppositions to help him understand disorder laws. Once he finished his mission, he ascended to a middle thousand world and repeated the same plan once he reached void-shattering realm. The issue arose after he ascended to a great thousand world. The heavenly Tao of this world acted swiftly before Wang Wei sealed it. It created a sun of destiny that Wang Wei did not even detect, and that destiny's sun made some cracks or flaws in Wang Wei's formation. That person even destroyed some of the puppets he left guarding the formation. So, once the Order incarnation ascended, he had to confront the Sun of Destiny and Heavenly Tao. By now, he had already dealt with the Sun of Destiny, but the incarnation had to face part of Heavenly Tao while still in the Saint Realm, thus delaying his progress. Wang Wei frowned as he watched all of this happening. He could tell Heavenly Tao was stalling the incarnation while gathering power from the world's inhabitants to help it and might even be creating another Sun of Destiny. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided not to intervene since this experience could also be a form of tempering. Furthermore, the confrontation with Heavenly Tao might give him an insight into how it controlled the law and help him in the future when he creates further levels of his force control skill. As for his battle with Chu Luo, his current strength should be enough. If it's not, he has a hidden trump card to make the difference. After making a decision, Wang Wei thanked the immortal powerhouses that controlled the time acceleration formation. Finally, he went to see the Fate Incarnation. The two began to work on creating the spiritual foundation or the Fate Palace. After divination, they discovered it was impossible to make 10 Fate Palaces, one for each of the incarnations and the main body. Based on the Emperor Tao World's cultivation system, cultivators can only create one spiritual foundation for each cultivation realm for a total of 9, and the 10th can be made after proving the Tao. Nevertheless, Wang Wei also discovered both he and the Fate Incarnation could create a Fate Palace and fuse them. This palace would be the main one, while the other incarnations could develop branches. And during the final fusion, the Fate Palace would baptize him with Fate power, similar to how Di Tian did through Samsara. The fusion will also elevate his comprehension, allowing his 9-extremity foundation to perfectly complete at a power level of 5 root Tao ancestor. There was not enough time for Wang Wei to create the main Fate Palace, but he left the Fate Incarnation with this mission before returning to the trial. Wang Wei discovered Wang Wucheng waiting for him after he returned. "Wait, your strength. Is there a problem? You already have 2-leaf strength?" "Yes." "Is something wrong? Don't you ever have any bottleneck?" Wang Wei controlled his urge to say, "Bottleneck? What's that?" Instead, he thought about the question and realized that this was true. "You should know, this is odd. No matter who it is, even those blessed descendants will have bottlenecks in their cultivation journey." Wang Wei nodded as he guessed this might be another ability of his soul. Or, he might have a bottleneck in the future, but now was not the time. "I should be used to your anomaly by now. Here is the thing you wanted." Wang Wucheng handed him a talisman that contained a recording of miscellaneous one refining an immortal tear pill. "Thanks," replied Wang Wei. "Now that I remember, there will be no issue with the aftermath of the demon supremacy world. No need to worry. We have erased all traces that we absorbed their luck. Furthermore, Heavenly Tao even helped since your action benefited the people of our world." Wang Wei nodded. A lot of the luck absorbed went to the human destiny sword, which will, in turn, benefit the human race of the myriad emperor world. So, he was not surprised Heavenly Tao helped. Additionally, he had a karma unbound physique to prevent the demons from using karma to trace him, not to mention his status as fateless. So he does not need to worry. And the demons of that world have to worry about dealing with the fire in their backyard, so they won't have much time to track the people responsible. After his conversation with Ancestor Wucheng, he checked on his chat group. Due to time dilation, most group members were now Tier 6, including the new member Wannabe God. Wang Wei received a few innate treasures from Mad King and Wannabe God, but he did not really care about that now. Nevertheless, he did not plan to abandon this group. He would train them as his agent to spread Buddhism in the endless void and repay his karma. The group can also help him gather resources like incense, luck, or lifespan. Finally, they can help him prepare for his future plans. Chapter 559 Willpower and Tao Heart Trial. Wang Wei flew to the pagoda. However, unlike his usual relaxed and easygoing mood, he was now on high alert, secretly looking everywhere. He did not know where the anomaly he felt came from, so he wanted to be on guard. He barely listened to Lord Spirit before entering the pagoda. He received a message on how this trial will proceed. A few seconds later, it began. A large number with at least 20 zeros appeared above his head, and Wang Wei felt a slight pressure on himself. However, the pressure was not on his fleshly body, he had to carry the weight with his willpower. Then, the number increases by at least 3 zeros every 10 seconds. Then, at some point, there were no longer any words but the character 4, small thousand world. This character meant that Wang Wei had to carry the weight of a small thousand world with his willpower, and to him, this was not difficult, so he ignored the trial and took his time to review the talisman from Miscellaneous One and learn how to refine an immortal pill. A few seconds later, the weight on him changed to 5 small thousand worlds before continuing to increase. A few hours later, the weight had changed to a great 1,000 world. Feeling the drastic increase in the pressure, Wang Wei opened his eyes to check the situation. He read the character floating above his head before continuing his study. After an unknown amount of time, he felt a sudden tremendous pain and opened his eyes to see blood coming from his nose. He raised his head and understood the situation. He was currently bearing the weight of a heaven-will world with his willpower alone. However, his body could not withstand the power. Luckily, this trial level only lasted a few seconds before ending. Then, Lord Spirit appeared in his lair, looking at him strangely. She had to do everything she could to hide the shock she felt after witnessing the result, especially when you compare the result with the second place Chu Luo and the third place, Jianghu Hua. Chu Luo has gone through numerous reincarnations, and Jianghu Hua sealed herself for countless generations. So, I understand where their strong willpower comes from. But this Wang Wei is truly an anomaly. Could he be so naturally gifted? Some people are naturally born with high willpower, but Lord Spirit do not think they can reach such a level. It does not matter. The more talented it is, the better a choice for master. Is there a problem? Wang Wei asked. No. You are the first in this trial, and I figured the reward might not be appealing to you. So, I wonder if you want to exchange it for something? What's the reward? Resources to increase willpower. I see. I'll exchange for the same previous reward. Lord Spirit then gave him a crystal full of a mysterious power. I've been wondering. What is this thing? It's called tempering qi. As the name suggests, it can help cultivators temper various body parts, muscles, bones, meridians, acupoints, etc. It's an excellent body refining resource because of its versatility. I could see why it's precious. Anyway, thank you. Lord Spirit bowed before disappearing. Immediately afterward, the other participants received the result and the allocated points. Wang Wei got 1,000 points, and Chu Luo only had 800 points to display the difference between the two. Subsequently, Lord Spirit began the subsequent trial, Dao Heart. And to Wang Wei's surprise, he discovered he had once again entered the Road of the Heart, standing at the 6th section where he left off during the void-shattering realm. So, Wang Wei continued walking in the different sections. He saw many illusions that tempted and questioned his sanity and morality, primarily his recent actions in the demon supremacy world. However, he ignored them until he reached the 10th and final sections. Wang Wei saw someone waiting for him in the middle of the road, sitting cross-legged with a table and tea. It's you. Why are you here again? That's a good question. You tell me. Wang Wei sighed before sitting in the second seat, facing the other person. He looked at the person who looked exactly like him except for a more evil aura. Heart Devil, what do you want this time? The Heart Devil poured himself a cup of tea before doing the same for Wang Wei. I'm here for one reason, Wu Hong. Why didn't you have the conversation about her motive with her? I forgot. You don't forget, you can't forget, replied the Heart Devil. Unless you subconsciously want to. Maybe you're right that I have subconsciously avoided talking to her, replied Wang Wei as he took a sip. However, I don't think that matters this much. I know for sure that she loves and would never betray me. I agree with you. However, you still need to have the conversation. Your Dao heart cannot have the tiniest flaw, and if you don't confront the truth, even if you already know in your heart the answer, the flaw will not go away. Wang Wei did not say anything as he continued to sip his tea. He knew the Heart Devil was correct. Since he knew she loved him, why couldn't he have the conversation? That's because a tiny part of him feared he would discover something else in that conversation. No matter how slight that fear is, it is still a flaw. All right. I won't procrastinate anymore. So, are you going to talk to her now? Soon. How soon? I said soon, so get off my back. Whatever, said the Heart Devil in anger. It's your Dao heart, and you can leave a flaw if you want. He chugged the entire pot of tea before slamming it on the table. Then, he disappeared. Wang Wei's eyes twitched before shrugging his shoulder and walking to the end of the section. Wang Wei opened his eyes and felt a sublimation in his Tao heart. He also felt a microscopic flaw. Although this flaw was so minor to the point of being insignificant, it was there. With his current Tao heart, he could still bear the heaven will. Let's deal with this as soon as possible. Soon, the ranking list appeared, and to everyone's surprise, Ji Lanfang was number 1 in this trial, followed by Wang Wei in second place and Chu Luo in third. Wang Wei slightly frowned before accepting the result. Meanwhile, in Chu Luo's area, he analyzed the result. A trial that focused more on the flaws of the Tao heart instead of how powerful or robust it was. It would make sense that a swordsman who dedicates everything to the way of the sword would have no flaw. As for him, this trial showed him he had a few flaws in his Tao heart. The first one was his failure to comprehend the slightest of his existence. Even after so many years, he could not forget it. The second flaw was his failure to pass the Supreme Outlaw trial, despite his parents going to extreme lengths to have 3 attempts and survive. Nevertheless, he failed and wasted time and resources on his first 3 reincarnations. Consequently, his parents had to pay another price to allow him to use a restricted Tao of creation. The third flaw was he felt he owed his parents too much for everything they did for him. He had hidden guilt that he deleted their futures because of their sacrifices. So, he desires to become an extremely powerful eternal emperor and help them to return the favor for their nurturing. This trial has helped me find the flaws in my Tao heart so I can fix them. Chu Luo's eyes became focused before exiting the pagoda. There were no rewards for this trial since pointing out the Tao heart flaws of these heaven chosens was the reward. They all looked relieved after discovering the problem since they could target and deal with it. As soon as Wang Wei left, he sent a communication talisman to Wu Hong for her to contact him once she was available. Then, he focused on Lord Spirit, who seemed to have a more eerie smile than usual. I have good news for all of you, there will be changes to the combat trial. It will not be a battle competition between you, as you expected. It will take a different form that will allow you to gather many points, enough points to not even care about the first seeded token. Many people frowned as they were getting a little tired of this trial constantly changing the rules. It was too chaotic for many. Lord Spirit, will you tell us what it will be in advance, or do we have to wait? Of course, I'll tell you. It will be in your best interest to prepare in advance, replied Lord Spirit with a wide smile. So, the battle trial will take place in the form of. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.